Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
All right, I see Chris is here.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So, this is the Meddling Kids Club, where we investigate cases, or we take on cases, or, topics of mysticism and spirituality and consciousness to find their meanings. Yes, our name comes from the Scooby-Doo reference. The bad guys would have got away with it if it wasn't for the meddling kids. So here we are, meddling, and we're discussing the Wingmakers time capsule. We recently found out about it, heard, some of the background that comes with it. And yesterday we've been discussing it. The background, we discussed what was in the contents. There was a PDF we went over discussing what was in the contents of this time capsule that the Wingmakers say that they left. Well, they said they left 7 of them, one on each continent. So the first one was found in New Mexico. We were discussing the contents of this time capsule. It's a lot of stuff. We've only just begun to scratch the surface. But see, that's why we're calling this a preliminary examination. We're not interested in wasting our time on things, so we just want to like quickly do a quick examination of what all comes with this topic, just to see if we even want to invest our time and energy into the Wingmakers time capsules. So we're just doing a preliminary investigation. On what all is in the topic to, I guess, in the future, come to a decision on whether or not we're going to continue spending time on it. So we recognize the need to divide this into 2 categories. I mean, in every situation, you're dealing with people that are speaking on the situation, and you can only trust that so far. But also, we want to hear exactly what the Wingmakers themselves have to say. So there's what the Wingmakers say, and then there's the speculation of what everybody else has to say. So it's a fine line, and we want to kind of figure out where the line is at, if you will. Separate things and then sift through the things that might be important to us that could help us in our personal growth, right? It's real simple. Just in examining this situation to see if it would be helpful in our lives. So we went over, like I said, the backstory. We discussed the archaeological site where this time capsule was found. And that led to some interesting topics because the place it was found was in New Mexico in a place called Chaco Canyons. And this place, Chaco Canyons, come to find out, is in a place called the Four Corners. So that blew our minds because that's a biblical reference. A lot of people, when they hear this word four corners, they think of Bible verses. So it's just interesting because we usually think of this Four Corners place being over in the Middle East, in Jerusalem, or a combination of Jerusalem and Saudi Arabia or something like that. We were just thinking the Middle East, the biblical, land, if you will. And then also come to find out there's a town called Moab in this Four Corners of the West, of the Southwest. See, the Four Corners is the place where Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah combine. This is called the Four Corners. Interestingly enough, we never even knew that. We didn't know that. So we were like, wow. And here in this place called the Four Corners, which is a vast area, uh, you find a town called Moab, and in this town called Moab, they have petroglyphs, ancient writings and things like that. So that's interesting. Also, in this Four Corners, you have a people called the Anasazi Indians. In fact, the people called the Anasazi Indians were the ones who lived in Chaco Canyons. And now, when we furthered our investigation, the Anasazi Indians are, for all intents and purposes, referenced as like the Dogons of the West, um, because they're Dogons. We looked up, so we typed in on Google Anasazi, Dogons, and found some interesting stuff. So that's that. If somebody wants to dive down that rabbit hole, by all means, if you want to continue, if you want to join in with us, the Meddling Kids, you want to join us in our plight, you can go ahead and start a group under the start a show under the Meddling Kids, with continue on with further examination of the ties to the Anasazi Indians and the Dogons. And furthermore, at this same place, Chaco Canyons, where the Anasazi Indians were at, the architecture, um, a guy was looking and showing a doorway in this architecture in the Chaco Canyons, and he said he's never seen, it had a peculiar architecture to it. He said he's never seen this specific kind of architecture except for one place, and that was in South America with the Mayans. So if anybody is interested in continuing on with the investigation down that leg or down that branch, yes, pull up the ties to the Anasazi Indians and the Mayans, because all this again ties into the Dogons. And the Chaco Canyons has exquisite masonry work. Somebody was very knowledgeable in masonry work in building this structure, and it also was aligned up planetarily, astrologically, perfectly in alignment. So that suggests a high knowledge of astrology, and a long study of astrology, because you have to be aware of some of these long planetary movements to be able to accurately line this structure up, connecting heaven to earth, if you will, right? As above, so below. So that's interesting.
That's right.
Facts, right? That's interesting. So,
Facts upon facts
you
upon
know,
facts.
yeah, yeah. So that's where we're at. Many other ties. What other ties do we see? Well, the show is recorded, so anybody feel free to go back, listen to the first show um, that we had yesterday to catch up to speed with where we're at in our examination. Marlo, Asha was just telling me that she has even more information on Chaco Canyon. So I'm really interested in hearing what she has to say about that.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all. So, like I was saying, let me turn my phone down a little bit because I think okay, that way my mic is not tripping. Anyway, so the other day when I got off this phone with Sister Fee, I actually said, remember how I went on Amazon Prime and the Chaco Canyon movie came up on my Amazon Prime. I was just looking for a horror movie and it came up. So I went and I watched it. Watched a little bit last night, fell asleep, but I got up and I watched it today so I could actually focus on it. And man, wow. So personally, I think it's even more reasons why we should look into Chaco Canyon. If nothing else, that's going to tie us back to the Wingmakers because they go hand in hand. Um, so that actually covers both of those subjects. But the reason we need to look into it is not only just for what it is that Sister Fee just mentioned about them being tied to the doggone tribe, but not only tied to the doggone tribe, but also being tied to the first basically creation. Also being tied to the first knowledge that was actually placed here. So that in itself is like wow, and also the fact that this was done not just in this one area, there were several different other tribes that were tied to the Chaco Canyon. So this was, I would say, what we would call today a migrating kind of thing. So they didn't just go there; they went to other places and did this same thing. So this is a repeated cycle here. We would say. And this documentary, it was about 55 minutes long, but very much worth the view. You learn so much, but I'll just go over a few points of what I could just grasp out of it. And you guys can see what you think and ask questions in between. But just like starting out, they said that not only is that just one area, those are like separate areas. So like we would have so picture a village, and over here you have a school, and then set up over here, maybe over to the right you might have the area where there's recreation. They had it sectioned out, so it was very well planned, very well planned. And so they were not done by far. So the size of, they say the size of one of the areas there was the size of the Roman Colosseum. And they were actually in 110-degree weathers. The temperatures during the winter were below zero, so it was basically impossible for them to even go outside. It was one area had 700 rooms, and it was 4 stories high. It took them 250 years to complete it. It also says they've been researching this Chaco Canyon for over 100 years, and they still haven't mastered all of their mysteries. So that in itself is another reason to delve a little bit deep. There was a whole separate area that they said had 3,000 rooms, which basically is called Pueblo Bonito, and they did this amongst 12 generations. So this building and all this took place for 12 generations. That's deep. That's real deep. So they already knew when they after coming out the womb, you know what I'm saying, and going through life, they already knew that they were going to do this. This was very, very well thought out and planned. And it says some of the rooms were sealed shut with bricks. So some of the rooms were sealed shut with bricks, and they were closed off. So from the outside you couldn't go into these rooms, and then from the inner side you couldn't go into these rooms. They were all separate rooms that were closed in like that.
Okay.
They said the building materials had to be transported from different sites. So imagine you out here in 110-degree weather, and that's the desert. So the heat out there is much hotter. You feeling that sun? That sun is directly on them when they're out there walking, around out there. So there's nothing shielding them from the heat. So they're actually moving around. They said their building materials had to be transported from different sites. Food did not grow easily, so they think that their food was actually imported. So if their food was imported, who was importing them the food? Where were they getting it from? How were they getting it? Who?
Mm-hmm.
That's deep.
And then yeah, because when the guy was talking about the Mayan architecture at Chaco
Yeah.
Canyon in that one doorway, he also went on to suggest, well, maybe they were trading with the Mayans, so there was trading routes, probably. I
Yes,
mean,
because it
maybe.
was
So,
roads. They found several roads leading out of there too. And then it says, listen, it says the timbers were from distant mountains, so they were climbing up mountains to get this timber. They knew exactly which kind. They all had in one mind what kind of timber they were going to use, and they went on top of these mountains to get these timbers. They were packing these timbers in this 110-degree weather in the desert,
hmm
and then walking them up these 4 story high buildings. So they were actually building these buildings. They went through the real labor to actually put this together. And then it says it also says that it was about 10,000 people that lived there. And it says that nothing has existed before, or nothing has existed since this Chaco Canyon. So they've never seen anything like it. It's the only thing of its kind. And What else? It says, what is it? Let me see. Yeah, and then they said that they had out of the 10,000 people that actually lived there, they probably had maybe 300 people that had died, and that's over 12 generations. So their lineage was pretty good, pretty strong.
Wow.
Out of
Yeah,
10,000 people over 12 generations, they only had about 300 people that had even died there, that were even
that's
buried
wild.
there. That's
That's
deep.
that's true. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. So you know, back to the four corners reference, and the verses talking about the four corners being in this area, this one supposed area or this location that we think of as the Middle East, but here we have this place. I want to figure out how long this place has been named the Four Corners. That's a question I have. And then not
You
only
know,
that, but
they have go ahead, I'm sorry. Destiny, go ahead.
not only that, I'm wondering to myself. I mean, different questions come to mind. So I'm thinking to myself, how long has it been named the Four Corners? And we have a angel reference in a range, the angel word in direct connection with this place.
Yes.
So so angel in the biblically speaking, sometimes it's fallen angels. You got the stories of giants and things like that. So or just not even giants, just angel itself in general, meaning messenger.
Yeah,
So
just
messengers in the four
messengers
corners.
in the four
Messengers in the four
corners.
corners. You know what I mean? So it's
Yes.
just like
Yeah.
that's interesting. You know.
And then the
So
fact that these people are saying themselves that something came down and pretty much made them get in line and do this. This is what they were told they were gonna do, and this is what they did. So that in itself is another thing to think about, because they all had that same idea. They all had that same impression. So, and this is
right,
on 12 generations of people. So it wasn't no division going on. No, we're not supposed to do this. Or no, I said we gonna do that. It was this what we up, this what we gonna do, and they did it.
right. And then the fact that well, the Wingmakers themselves in the PDF, describing what they say in the time capsule, in their writings in the time capsule. They, according to the PDF, they say that they are sometimes referred to as the Elohim or the Shining One,
That's right.
right? And so the point being is that we have a lot of angel references, but also keeping in mind that okay, we know that, or we hear them saying fallen angels, but we also understand that there's other angels that have not fallen.
That's right.
So we're just so then if so we just know the word angel keeps popping up, but which kind of angel? And it's tripping me out at the high amount of wisdom and knowledge they had of, like we said, astrologically speaking,
Yes. Numerically.
masonry
Yeah.
work,
They knew
and then we
numerology
have high
too.
technology, numerology.
Yeah, they knew numerology too, because they knew how to line that wall up. I'm saying the way that the wall that they built the walls, they don't even. They said some of the ways that some of the walls were to actually like make the uh the view of the canyon stick out. So they thought this out. They thought it out very well, and some of the walls don't even like add up to where it lines up to other walls. It's just certain at certain points or certain areas out there. They put a wall there, but they designed it to look a certain way to enhance the look of the canyon. So think about that, and not to make the glyphs or whatever it was that they were building stick out. And then all that canyon out there, they had to be utilizing electricity some kind of way. How were they able to see in those rooms if they were closed off and you couldn't see off in there?
Right,
They had to
right.
have light.
Yeah, yeah.
What
Well,
kind of power source were they using? Out there in the desert, it's completely dark out there. You gotta have some kind of light. Where's the light? The
well, it's
sun not gonna be up
interesting.
all day.
You're making a good point because when we
Yeah,
were listening to the guy talk yesterday in the documentary, he was saying that he personally is convinced that the builder of Chaco Canyons is the same people that built all the monuments throughout big monoliths throughout the earth.
yep,
You know, and we're including
yep.
pyramids.
That's what they
Now, a lot
said
of
in the
people are
documentary that
discussing,
I watched too.
and a lot of people are discussing the high technological use of pyramids. Actually, come to find out, that it was some kind of energy generator or something like that. So, yes, like you're saying, there might have been high technology in this area actually, because a lot of these monolithic buildings used the knowledge of frequency and energy to, I mean, I don't know. I guess the jury is somewhat out on how they used it or what they did with this technology, but we're seeing the skeleton of high technology, and
That's right.
it's from ancient times.
Ancient times.
So we're dealing with a mystery here because when you really think about it, we have high technology in ancient times. So there's a few ways you can figure out this mystery. Like we were discussing yesterday, we're hearing stories of American presidents or people in high places having made a contract with gray aliens, right?
Yeah,
And in this contract, they're getting high technology from the gray aliens and exchanging access to humans for abduction to conduct experiments, and cattle mutilations and stuff like that, and labs so they can conduct genetic experiments. I don't know, but they say supposedly, allegedly, they're in a contract, and this is where the high technology is coming from. But then also, we could, well, listen, gray aliens being the more predatory aliens. We're also hearing stories of there being malevolent or a peaceful race of aliens
that's right.
that is giving people here on Earth high technology in exchange for not low
In
frequency
exchange
evil ass
for
acts,
them to
not
grow, I believe.
for them to grow or
Hmm.
something, but we're not
To
talking about
help the
cattle
earth, for them to help the
mutilations,
planet.
to help the planet and help
Yes, to help the
themselves, let's
planet.
say. Right.
Yes,
So you have that option, either good or bad aliens. But you know what else you have here? You might have a situation unfolding where colonizers are going around running up on indigenous people, stripping them of their magical text or their text full of high wisdom and knowledge, stripping them of their technology, brainwashing them and indoctrinating them and dumbing them down, and then going on rewriting history and making it seem like either it was aliens that they got this technology from or they invented this technology. You see?
Divide and conquer, which is what they are notorious for. That is how they have been able to keep control.
yeah.
Hmm. So is that what we're dealing with? Isn't that the only options we're dealing with? Because there's literally is high technology here.
I mean, it's obvious. That's obvious.
Where is it coming from?
Yeah, like where? And I'm serious, man. Out in the desert. Think about that. You out in the desert. It's cold. It's out. You already know when the sun go down, it's cold out there. Where is the heat? How are you keeping warm?
Hmm.
That's 10,000 people there. You know, somebody would have been grunting and growling about being cold, and it wouldn't have been no peace in the dollhouse.
Well, they'll have us think that they're killing woolly mammoths and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
using the
nah,
goats
not
to
for
kill
10,000 people.
woolly mammoths and shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Not for
Lions, tigers,
10,000
and
people. No,
bears and
no,
shit.
sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Make it make sense. That's all I'm saying.
Thank
Make it
you.
make sense.
What? Thank you. It would have had to be animals. I mean, you wouldn't have been back. We wouldn't even been able to go outside if it was that many animals out there to kill for 10,000 people.
She said we wouldn't be able to go outside. What did you talk
Yeah,
about?
you wouldn't even be able to go outside. That's the desert. Come on, it's all kind of wild animals out there. It
Mm.
wouldn't even them 10,000 people would have lasted a month.
You don't think
Come
there's
on,
enough animals out there for them to
no,
kill, to feed
no,
and
no.
clothe their
It
people?
said, look, it said food was scarce. If food is not growing, there are no animals.
They need
Animals
to
go where
stop.
there is food.
Mm.
Yes, just like
See
we do.
there?
And if there is no food, they're not going to go there, and that's the desert. That if it, and they didn't even have access to water or food. How were they bathing? How were they cleaning themselves? How were they keeping their food safe? And all of that. I mean, what I have it opens the door to many questions for me.
Yeah. Me too. I know, in my research of South American Indians, I see that there's been a cover up on how knowledgeable they were on irrigation systems and, basically putting together a water, guiding the water and having a system of water, fresh water
Yep.
constantly flowing. So
They
they did
probably had
have
a
that kind of
trench. They
technique.
probably dug some trenches and dug put it underground.
But I say that to say
They
this
had
though.
to.
I say that to say this. Now, remember, like they said, it's a desert. And when we start talking about deserts, what comes to mind for me is the Gobi Desert. And like I said, the Libyan Desert there in West Africa, somewhere abouts, I think. And the presence of this glass, this green glass. And they're saying this glass is in the desert, in these deserts. And this is because there were nuclear weapons that went off in these areas because the glass can only be formed from nuclear, nuclear blast or something like that. I don't know. We could pull
Hmm.
that up. That's another line of research to go into,
Yeah.
because we're dealing again, though, we're dealing with a presence of high technology in that area. If that's what it is with deserts, that's a high level of
Yes.
technology. If a desert is the result of a nuclear blast, that means that area of the desert is connected to high technology. And furthermore,
I'm thinking when I think of desert, I think of like the Hoover Dam. How it has all those electrical power lines all up in there, and that's the desert. So if they can do that, and then think about all the windmills and things that they built over time. Yeah, for them to be able to move around and pack these big timbers off of mountains in 110-degree weather, and it's hot, no water right next to you, no food. I mean, come on, it wouldn't have been peaceful at all. So they had to have some kind of system going on. It had to be something more high tech than what they're thinking that it is, because there's just no way, that's impossible to do that. Those big
hmm,
heavy timbers and dragging them up 4 stories high. I mean, they're doing it, each other doing it.
yeah. Well,
No machine, no crane, and nothing.
I saw a documentary. It's an amazing documentary. It brought up a lot of questions and kind of gave me an interesting perspective
Hmm.
on deserts and what you're talking about, these trees, even mesas, MESA. I think they said Chaco Canyon is next to a mesa, MESA.
Yeah.
There's this documentary goes into all of that, and the documentary is called "There Are No Forests on Planet Earth." So that's a hell of a documentary. It's at least an hour
What
long,
is it
and
on?
maybe one day. Man, it's very interesting, and I think that if we were to dive down that topic, either if we continue on with the Wingmakers, or if we just want to one day examine this documentary, because the topic is talking about giant trees, deserts, and sand, and quarries like the Hoover Dam, like you brought up, quarries.
Yeah.
And I think they said around Chaco Canyon is a quarry. So it's like all the things that are around Chaco Canyon is talked about in this documentary. And this documentary is suggesting an incredible theory. So
Ooh,
that would be a great time to talk about that. Um,
yeah.
yeah, we can not necessarily today, but we can definitely throw on the documentary. We can't watch it together on here, so I don't know. I could post a link now, and everybody could just add it to their watch later list on their YouTube, and probably get to that sometime soon,
Okay.
and we could come back and discuss it, because then we might come back with other thoughts in regards to Chaco Canyon, and we might want to discuss that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. That's why I said
Hmm.
that's why I said it brings up many different topics. I mean, it's just civilization. Period. That's just knowing that they were able to do all of that is, man. That's deep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we were reading the glossary. We were still reading the glossary. You guys want to get back to that and read at least up to halfway or something like that before we
Yeah. Let's get back into the glossary.
okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you guys this link to the documentary I was talking about, so that you guys can add it to your watch later playlist, and then I'll repost the link to the glossary so we can get back to that.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
scrolling through YouTube and I feel like they took this documentary off of here. Why is it so hard for me to find it?
I don't know.
Where
You
is it
know
at?
they do be removing stuff. And y'all the if y'all wanna know the name of the movie, like I said, it's on Amazon Prime. It's called The Mysteries of Chaco Canyon. It's about 55 minutes, but they actually take you inside the Chaco Canyon, so you get to see it from the top. Where I had told y'all yesterday, when I said I wonder how it looked from the sky, you're gonna be able to see it from there. You'll understand what I'm talking about, but you get to see it a little more up close. Of course, they're not gonna show you, all the good stuff, but you'll be able to pretty much be able to see what I'm talking about when I'm saying how they set those walls up to make the certain parts of the canyon stick out more than others, or to hide certain things. So it was something else going on other than just, what they're thinking, because it had to be something else they had planned, or something else they were doing. Or some kind of technology that they were using. So yeah, still always goes back to that.
Hold on. They took this documentary down off of YouTube, y'all.
Uh,
You see, my senses is tingling.
what is it called?
There are no forests on Earth or on planet Earth. Let me see some. Because there ain't no way that it should be this hard to find this. There are no forests on Earth.
Let me
I'm
see.
going to Google in just a minute. But they took this documentary off. But there is I think I saw a clip that's 10 minutes long. So they left
Yeah,
a splice up of that. But you can't understand what's being said in that little clip. I'm already knowing we need to watch the whole thing, and they took the
I
whole
think
thing
I
off.
know what you're talking about too. Are you talking about the documentary? I think me and Chris watched that. Is that the documentary you talking about, where they're talking about that these tree stumps is actually mountains?
Yes. And they were actually trees, really.
Yeah,
The mountains were actually
the
trees.
mounds are actually
The
trees.
mesa, the mesa ones though. And they said a mesa was there by Chaco Canyon. So when we're talking about where'd they get the wood from and where'd they get the material from, that mesa might have been a giant tree. There might have, if we're saying there was a nuclear weapon that was set off and turned it into a desert, that means it was very lush before this nuclear weapon went off. Which means it might could have been a whole bunch of huge trees, and they
Yeah,
chopped them down, and therefore there's a quarry nearby, and there's petrified wood probably. There's sand, like we said, and there's a mesa there.
yep,
Hmm. And they did this long ago.
Yeah, they did. And they did it to supposedly to lower the oxygen levels.
Hmm.
Yeah. You know what I think? You know what I think, Sister Fee?
What?
I think that that video might be under mountains or really trees because I think when me and Chris watched that video, that's what it was under. I think it said something about mountains or really trees.
Yeah, but how long was the video? Because the
It
one
was
I
a it
watched
was
was
a it
over
was
an
a long
hour.
documentary. It was like a documentary.
Oh wait, I found one. Somebody has it on Facebook. Yes, and it's the one because it's an hour and 20 minutes. Hold on, let me share this
Okay.
in the group. Y'all better catch it while you can, because you see they took it off of YouTube. I'm so
Yeah.
happy somebody grabbed it and snatched it and uploaded it on Facebook. You see this? Oh yes, baby, we right where we
Let me
need to
look and
be.
see.
Mm-hmm. They trying to stop us from, well, the mystery, the secrecy, keeping us in the dark. That plan is still in effect. Let me see. Share, pin a link. Yeah, somebody thankfully has uploaded the video on Facebook. There are no forests on planet Earth. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. Y'all go ahead and get that link, collect that
Let
receipt,
me see.
watch that, and it might expand your mind or provoke some thoughts to come and then bring it back to us. Let's discuss, you know, because the bad guys can't get away with the shit they doing. They can't get away with this shit. We want the truth.
So it's actually a group too.
Fantastic.
This and it's called "There Are No Forests on Earth."
Hmm. And you cannot find this on YouTube. I watched it on YouTube originally. So YouTube took it off. Point blank. That's what happened here. YouTube took that down. Why? Why?
Okay, you said you told me it says you talking about there are no forests on a flat Earth.
There are no forests on Earth.
Okay, this one says there are no forests on a flat Earth. So hold
How
on, let
long
me
is
see.
that video?
It's over an hour.
Let me see.
It's
Let
an
me
hour and
see.
17 minutes. It said there are no forests. There are no forests on a flat Earth.
The one original one I saw, which is not here any longer, was called "There Are No Forests on Planet Earth," or "There Are No
Okay,
Forests on Earth." There are no forests on Earth.
hold on. Might have typed it in wrong. Let me see.
Hmm. We got to do this because I got to make sure they took it down. And if they took it down, why? You know what I mean? That suggests secrecy. What's the problem?
I think
You
that
know?
uh I think it's the same video. It's just not no, this one says on the flat earth. Whenever I put in planet Earth, it goes back to the flat earth one. So I
Just
think it's
put
the
Earth.
same video.
Just put Earth. Because
I
the video
did.
I saw was called "There Are No Planets. There Are No Forests on Earth." Yeah, they took the one off that I saw. They took it off of Facebook because you can't even find the one that the person has uploaded on Facebook that I gave you guys the link to. You can't find that on YouTube, but that's where they got it from. So YouTube clearly took it off. You know,
I'm talking about on Facebook.
the one on Facebook, theirs is called "There Are No Forests on Earth."
Okay, what I'm saying when I look that up, that's what comes
They're
up.
talking about flat Earth, flat
Yeah,
Earth.
it says on a flat earth, but it don't really matter because we all know what time it is with the shifting of the earth and all of that. Is if all I
Hmm.
need to do if it's the same video.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
Yep.
it's the same video. They just have it labeled as flat earth. But
Mhm.
it's in the video it does say on earth, but the title
Okay.
says on a flat earth. So when y'all look it up, it's gonna say there are no forests on a flat earth on the titles. But the video I guess clears it up.
And
So
it's
it's
an
the
hour and
same
20
video.
minutes long.
Yeah.
Hmm. So yeah, we just being diligent. in our research. We don't want to leave no stone unturned. We're going back to the glossary because we're going to keep reading that. We just want to keep reading the words of the Wingmakers. We just want to hear what they have to say. So it's always best to get it out of the horse's mouth. Here is the link. I hope you guys got that. Did everybody get the Facebook one before I did take it off? Y'all good with me changing that link? Or did you guys get that link yet? That's already pinned? Chime in real quick. Let me know y'all got it. I'm gonna put another one up.
Yeah, I got it.
They must be busy. Hold on. I'm changing it. We're going back to the glossary.
I got it. I was just sharing it so I could have it for later.
Okay. All right. We want to continue on hearing what the Wingmakers have to say. And we haven't even gotten to their writings. So we starting off, they want us to start off with a glossary, I suppose. Understand the words we're talking about when you get into our writings. So, yeah, that makes sense. So we're looking at the glossary and we're looking at the words of the Wingmakers. And I have to say, so far, I agree with what's being said. I have no problems with what they're saying. I don't feel like it's low vibrational. I feel like it's high vibrational, meaning positive. You know? So that's my input. That's where I'm at. So I don't have a problem continuing on reading. I'm gonna keep reading. You know, we're at the genetic mind part on the glossary. The genetic mind, and it says the genetic mind is the equivalent of a universal belief system that penetrates to varying degrees the human instrument of all entities. There's a lot of entity. There's a human instrument of all entities. In some, it immobilizes their ability to think original thoughts and feel original feelings. In most, it entrains their belief system to harmonize with the accepted belief system of the hierarchy. In a few, it exerts no significant force, nor has any bearing on the development of their personal belief system. So hold on. The genetic mind, because well, let's back up because earlier in the description before in the word earlier, it was prime creator and it was describing the prime creator, and towards the end it was saying that I'll read the paragraph, the last paragraph in the prime creator definition. It says, because prime creator is unique unto all creation, it's indescribable and it's unfathomable and it's incomprehensible other than through the tone vibration of equality stored in the entity level of the human instrument and accessible through the core expression of the entity. Until there is a sufficient number of individuals who operate from the sovereign integral consciousness, or this vibration of equality, the genetic mind will make access to this vibration of equality difficult to achieve, if you will. So when we left off yesterday, last night, we were talking about how the hierarchy has created all these multiple manifestations or facets of the one true God or the prime creator. But they did this for a reason, and that's because we can't fathom the one true creator in its wholeness. We can only understand in our limited mind on this 3D plane. We can only understand this concept, this creator, which is outside of 4D, outside of 5D, outside of 6D. You know what I mean? Like outside of all these dimensions, we can't fathom it. So we can only start to begin to understand it on this 3D plane and lower by understanding different assets of the prime creator. So when we start talking about all these gods and goddesses, or even biblically speaking, all these different names of God, like God is glorious, God is this, God is that, all these different names that are describing different attributes, and all these gods and goddesses, even like in Kemet, right, are just facets or one slice of the makeup of the one true or the one prime creator, right? And so it's saying, let me back up even more. It says prime creator has many lower faces. You guys see that paragraph? When I scroll back up a little bit more into the definition of prime creator, it says prime creator has many lower faces. You see that? These faces are often thought to be God itself. You see that? But gods, plural, are only a dimensional aspect of the prime creator. That's what the Wingmakers are saying. It says, and there are many faces of God as well. So we're dealing with all these different attributes being only dimensional, one dimensional, fragments of or dimensional aspects of the one whole prime creator. You see? And it's saying the hierarchy, and we're going to get to the word hierarchy, but for now it's saying that the hierarchy has made this manifest, has made these lower faces manifest, not prime creator. The prime creator didn't manifest these because the prime creator is wholeness. These different faces are fragments of the whole. So it's saying the hierarchy has made this manifest, not prime creator. Prime creator is not beholden to any law, nor does it operate in conjunction with any other force or power. It, the prime creator, is truly sovereign and ubiquitous simultaneously, and thus unique. It is not hidden or wary of life in any way. It simply is unique and therefore incomprehensible except through the vibration encoded within our life. What y'all think about that? Does it sound legit?
Well, I think what it's actually just saying is that since prime creator is in all things, then then it, because it isn't it, it's not a he or she, it's an it or a they or a them. It is in all things, and since it is in all things, it has many lower faces. It has many faces that represent it,
Mm-hmm.
but that's still not him.
Right.
Like me, I have many faces that represent me because I have children. I have 4 children. They represent me in some way. You see what I'm saying? Although they're not me, they're representations of me. In other words, I have many of you. It's a lot of you. Y'all are
Hmm.
gods, y'all are goddesses, but y'all are not me. So don't mistake a god or a goddess for me because they're not me. They're a god or a goddess. They're an aspect of me, but they're not me. They're their own separate person. They're their own separate entity. Everybody is separate from the prime creator, although we come together as a whole.
Yeah. We can even follow that thought even further. People say that, well, let me speak from my perspective. I can say I have many faces. I have my public face. I have my face with my parents. I have my face with my friends and associates are different from friends. I have different face with somebody with children. You know what I mean? Like you have to have
Yeah,
different
yeah,
faces. You have to
yeah,
operate. And it's just one aspect of me, but it's not the whole me. Don't ever think you know me. You know what I'm saying? You know a part of me. You know what I
Right,
mean?
Yeah.
because you don't even know you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're
Mm,
still learning who you are. You know
mm-hmm,
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like nobody can just say totally, I know who I am. Like you are learning every day because you may have liked something the day before and you may not like it no more today. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yes.
it just depends.
Yeah.
Constantly, recreating and reinventing ourselves.
Yes. All the
I
time.
like that.
All the
I
time.
like that.
And
Every
that's what
day.
you did say that earlier, that's kind of like why we so hungry.
Yep.
Knowledge.
Yep.
And we're not gonna stop.
We have a peculiar focus for these kind of things. So we always gonna be exploring. We always gonna be experiencing. This is gonna never stop.
Mm-hmm. Constantly growing, reshaping your thoughts, reshaping the direction you want to go. And you're really be at the core of that is love because you're shaping yourself based around the things you love and the things that I mean, you don't want to be in a situation
And the
where you're
things that help you
unhappy.
operate out of love too. Yeah, the things that help you operate out of love. You're surrounding yourself with people who help you operate out of love, and you're doing things that help you operate out of love. So your whole world is constantly advancing.
Hmm. And that goes to what we were saying about how, well, as Christians, we're being painted the picture that God is perfect right now. But actually, if I'm a reflection of God, He made me in His image. God is constantly growing and searching because I am constantly growing and searching. So
That's
I'm not
right.
perfect. You know what I'm saying? Yes, yes. I'm constantly growing and searching it. I'm growing into perfection. We can say that.
Yes, yes,
Right, right. A better version of you. I mean, that's really to me life. That's what life is about anyway. It's just you're experiencing. Everybody has their own individual journey, but we are here to experience first and most importantly self love. And you learn self love through these experiences that you have. You
that's
learn how
right.
to love you, and you learn how to accept how others love as well.
Hmm.
So yeah.
That's right. And even if it take us billions of lifetimes, we're gonna learn it. So we can learn it hard or we can learn it soft.
Hmm.
But we're gonna get
Facts.
it.
Okay. So now back to what he's saying. It goes on to say, the other faces of God, right? Because earlier it said, Prime Creator has many lower faces. These faces are often thought to be God itself, but God's plural are only a dimensional aspect of Prime Creator, and there are many faces of God as well. So now we're on the next paragraph. It says, the other faces of God have been created so the human instrument can fathom Prime Creator and crystallize an image of this unique being sufficient to progress through the hierarchy and access the sovereign integral perspective. Nevertheless, what you hold as God is not Prime Creator, but a facet of Prime Creator, developed by the hierarchy as a comprehensible interpretation of Prime Creator. And we must tell you that these interpretations have been exceedingly inadequate in their portrayal. Talk about it. The other faces of God have been created so the human instrument can fathom Prime Creator and crystallize an image of this unique being sufficient to progress through the hierarchy. The hierarchy created these other faces, it said earlier, but the faces were created, all these different gods that we're dealing with here on earth have been created so that the human instrument can fathom Prime Creator and crystallize an image of this unique being.
That's
All
right.
these gods so you can see all the different attributes of the creator. So we're like, damn, why all these gods? Why is all the confusion? But
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? So it's a different perspective. It's like, you know what? It's here for a purpose, actually.
To help you to grow. So you can
Through the
understand
to
what
help you
prime
progress
creator really
through the
is.
hierarchy, to
Yes.
help you progress through the hierarchy. So after
Yes.
the journey is supposed to take you higher than the hierarchy.
Exactly. Not bring you down
Hmm.
lower than them, but above them. And
See that?
that's where the
That's what the
mix up is
Wingmakers
coming
say.
in. Yeah, that's where the
Yeah.
mix up is coming in.
Hmm. They're playing their
It's-
role, and it's supposed to help us get over them. Actually,
That's right. That's
you
right.
see that? Yeah, we
Yes.
can say it that way.
Yes. The
Isn't that
game of
interesting,
life.
you guys?
The
Ain't
game
that
of life.
interesting?
Yes.
Hmm. Wow. You know.
Super Mario Brothers.
Hmm. So there you have it. I don't have a problem with what's being said.
Me either.
I see what that's saying. Yeah. And they said that these interpretations have been exceedingly inadequate in their portrayal.
So you know what,
So,
Frank?
and we know
You
that.
know what comes to my mind, y'all? Think about it. Like
Mm,
when cause Chris and Sister Fee and I, we come from Hebrew, and remember how in the Bible how God asked Satan, he asked Shaitan, he was like, what do you think about my faithful servant Job? Look at it like that. We are like Job. We that faithful servant. We come down here to beat the devil. That's what we come down here to do. A
yeah.
sin. Be it no matter what he throw our way, we supposed to still ascend. We supposed to know the difference. We supposed to be able to delve in this stuff and figure out which one is the right one and move on to the right one and grow and keep it on moving. We're not supposed to just get in here and stay stagnant and some of us just think just we done got pretty much we done got lost in it. We done just got carried away. It's like, okay, we got in here, we just start having fun. You know what I'm saying? And we need to
Hmm.
quit having fun and go on and get back to what we supposed to be doing.
Hmm. Yeah. That's interesting. So
Very.
it goes on to say, um, because Prime Creator is unique unto all creation, it is indescribable, unfathomable, and incomprehensible, other than through the tone vibration of equality stored in the entity level. I think it said earlier the entity level is the soul level of the human instrument, and accessible through the core expression of the soul. Until there is a sufficient number of individuals who operate from the sovereign integral consciousness or this vibration of equality, the genetic mind will make access to this vibration of equality difficult to achieve. So that's how this works. You see? So yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Hmm. And thank you for explaining to me this reality. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I feel like I got something to help me grow or fight this battle better. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Some newfound information.
So I'm already winning fucking with the Wingmakers, nigga. Let me stop. Hashtag winning.
You so silly.
Yeah.
I was over at Don laughing on mute.
Uh,
Look at it like this, nigga. We getting all the tokens. That's what it is. We just getting all our tokens.
Power ups and sonic rings, all that. I need all that. I need all of that. Let me stop. Okay. The genetic mind. So we're back to the genetic mind again. We had to backtrack just to catch up with where we left off last night. So now we're talking about the genetic mind. The genetic mind is the equivalent of a universal belief system that penetrates to varying degrees the human instrument of all entities. In some, it immobilizes their ability to think original thoughts and feel original feelings. In most, it entrains their belief system to harmonize with the accepted belief systems, plural, of the hierarchy, right? All these different gods and stuff. In a
Yeah.
few, so with these different gods and stuff, it affects us to varying degrees. And some of us, it immobilizes our ability to think. Well, not, I shouldn't say our, not mine. In some, well, it did at one point. I guess you could think, yes, let me be, I'm going through this experience just like everybody else. So yes, it did
Yeah.
affect me. Yeah, keep it real, right? Just be straight
Yeah.
up with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. We are one. In some of us, it immobilizes their ability to think original thoughts and feel original feelings, right?
Right.
We start
Or
trying to
they
think
not
like how
thinking
they
and
tell
feeling
us.
on their own any longer. They get caught up in the soothsaying, in other words, and we see that all day long. We see that every day where people are getting caught up in soothsaying. So they get caught up in the charm of it and the glitz and the glamour of it, but they don't understand that it's actually just supposed to be for you to learn how to get closer to prime creator, not to just get lost. In other words, if you're doing it, if you're going into that and you're learning that aspect of it, and it's not helping you to grow, and you're just staying stagnant, then you're wasting your time in anything that you do. So they're putting these obstacles out there to see what we know. It's a test.
Right. It's
Mhm.
school, huh?
It's school. It's school. You either pass or fail the test. You keep going through the test till you pass it. Some of us have to, fail a whole bunch of times before we get that A.
Yeah. True. That's true. So it's really like that because again, as above, down below,
Yeah.
as within,
So with
so
that.
without. Hmm. Yeah, that's what we learned. So, and then it goes on to say, and in most people, at the very least, it entrains their belief system to harmonize with the accepted belief systems of the hierarchy. So, what comes to mind is how it was when we were in that Hebrew walk. We're not thinking our original thoughts or our original feelings. They're telling us don't eat pork. They're telling us don't eat this, don't eat that, and do this and do that. And we start to, like it says in most, it entrains. So we are training our belief system to harmonize with the accepted belief system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's a different belief system from Kemet. In Kemet, we talking about Hotep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Namaste and this, that, the third. We're not even using the same words.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're using
Yeah.
different words in that system. So, and then of course you get into the Buddhism and all that. We talking about Om and the chakras and the this and the that, and
Hmm.
that type of energy and Ayurvedic, and so it's just we basically merge with the accepted belief system of that hierarchy. In most people, it says that's what happens. And some of them, it immobilizes their ability to think original thoughts and feel original feelings. I mean, you could even look at all the different sports fans,
Yeah.
or the people all into politics. Come on, think for yourself. The people all into Black Lives Matter or all into the Blue Lives Matter, all into the police. It's like, hey, think your original thoughts. Just quit with the mob, with the group think. There are some bad police.
Yeah.
No, they're not perfect because they have a badge.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect. You know what I'm
Nobody.
saying? So stop the bullshit. Get off the gas. What are you talking about? Just you know what I'm saying? What's up? Uh, but it immobilizes their ability to think. So now we're getting a better understanding of how reality works. Anyway, this is just reality. Deal with it,
Yeah,
boo.
it's just tell
That's
you
what they
that
saying.
these things are gonna be around you because they're all tests. And some of us fail. Look at what happened with Travis Scott. So some of us are on that level of the game. You know what I mean? And they're playing the game the way that they know how to play. Everybody is where they're supposed to be in their journey. You know what I'm saying? So he where he's supposed to be at because those he's there because of the choices that he's making in his life. We where we gonna be at because of the choices that we making in our lives as well. But if we get in these systems, is that system helping you to get closer to prime creator?
Right.
That's how you know if it's really of the prime creator. You see what I'm saying? Because although they are over us, they're trying to show us what the prime creator really is through their own view of it. So look at it like that. So the way I show my view of how to make pancakes and eggs might not be the same way Sister Fee gonna make her pancakes and eggs because she might throw some peanut butter in her maple syrup. Mine might just have honey. Whereas Chris, she over here, she want to throw blueberries on her pancakes, and when she demonstrate her pancakes, she might not fry her pancakes. She might use something else. So everybody gonna explain the version from their perspective. So you have to understand these hierarchies are trying to they're trying to explain these things from their perspective to us.
Hmm. Yeah.
But most importantly, if they're not operating out of love, then you know it's not right anyway.
Then you know it's not right. There you go.
Right. That
See,
vibration
There
of
that's
you
the
go.
equality.
test. That's the
That's
test.
yes it
How
is.
are you feeling? After this encounter. You
Yes,
know what I
do
mean?
it drain you? Is it draining you? Is it taking your energy? Are you having all kind of issues, spirit attacks? Is you everything going wrong in your life? If it is, then you need to examine what you operating out of, because then it might not be from prime creator. That might be prime creator shaking you up to help you understand. Hey, you supposed to be going this way, not right. You went right 85 times already. It's time for us to go on and go left. He's the he we the avatar in the simulation. Put it that way. And we got to get to the next level.
Hmm. Yep. Yep. So I mean, again, because we're doing a let me reset the room. Matter of fact, let's reset the room real quick. Um, we're the Meddling Kids, and we are here today doing a preliminary examination of the Wingmakers time capsule. And we like to just take on, we're examining to see whether or not we want to take on the case of the Wingmakers. So we're just doing a brief examination, um, not diving too deep, but just examining on whether or not we want to put our time and energy into the Wingmakers. And we've found out some interesting things. And we're diving into what the Wingmakers say themselves. And we got to say, we're not having a problem with anything the Wingmakers are saying in their document, what they're saying at all. We don't have a problem with this at all. In fact, we're coming in agreement here with what's being said. And it seems like it's kind of expanding our consciousness and giving us insight into how reality really works. So, in the end, I feel like I've already benefited from what's being said from the Wingmakers. So, I wouldn't have a problem with digging deeper into what the Wingmakers say. But that's what we're doing here today. We're just examining. So, yeah, that's what's up. Get back to it.
What's up?
Hmm. Yeah, I feel like I'm growing in knowledge and in understanding. So I don't have a problem with it at all. They go on to
And in
say
love.
that, hmm,
I said, and growing in love too.
hmm, yeah, and like you said, if it's not, if the belief system you're involved in doesn't have the vibration of equality, which we can also say is love, a vibration of love, then that's not really the place you want to be. I'll say that. There ain't no place I want to be. Say that. So,
No, it's just gonna get you stagnant, and then your frequency just gonna lower, and then it's gonna be harder for you to get the information. And then think about it, you guys. That's why a lot of people that you go to and you be trying to tell them certain things, they don't get it, because that be what happened. They be done got so caught up in the belief system that they got in, and instead of seeing if it was of the love and equality and all that or not, because they didn't know. We didn't know. We just didn't know. And
hmm,
instead of doing that, they got stagnant and they slipped into it. So now it's harder for their genetic mind to grasp it. It's hard for them to understand it because it's
hmm,
so brainwashed, and that's the facts. That's how we are. That's really how we are right now. So a lot of us are that way.
yeah. And it said again, it said that in some people these belief systems The genetic mind is equivalent to a universal belief system. In some people, it immobilizes their ability to think original thoughts and feel original feelings. In most people, it entrains their belief system or trains them, right? Entrains. I see, like we were saying, we see entertainment in that word. We see trains in that word.
Yep. Cash.
Enters. It entrains their belief system to harmonize with the accepted belief systems of the hierarchy. And in a few, it exerts no significant force, nor has any bearing on the development of their personal belief system. These are people that are not getting caught up in it.
Yep.
Or,
Not well, I think, and then some that I think that's basically those those that it has no impact on because they're vibrating on the frequency that it's not going to bother them because they can recognize the trap.
yeah, nice. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. That's
Mhm.
great.
Or the way too. It could kind of, it's like a dual. It kind of go both
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah.
When
The negative side. Yeah. The negative
Mhm.
side would be
they're
those who
not
just
gonna get
don't
it because
don't wake up at all or just won't get it.
right.
Yeah. It goes on to say there are those on Terra Earth who are in training to be sovereign entities and are completely unaware of this training as well as their destiny. When they're able to become timeless and view the continuum of their life stream, they'll see the thread that has differentiated them as sovereign entities. Ooh. They will understand how the hardships and supposed indifference of the universe were actually the catalyst for their emergence as designers of the new genetic mind. Oh, so you're in training. It's not your time yet, but your time is going to come and you'll be the designer. You'll be a designer of the new genetic mind.
All right. All right.
That's a beautiful
Sounds
thing.
good to me.
Sounds good to me too.
Yeah.
And I'll just say that that's me and just roll with it. Like that's me. I see me in that. I'm gonna just roll with that.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna just roll with that. Well, hey, they say your thoughts
I'm a
become
part of the
things.
Me Too movement.
Yeah, Mrs. Me Too. Me too. The genetic mind is different from the subconscious or universal mind, as it is sometimes referred to in your psychology text, in that the genetic mind has a peculiar focus on the accumulated beliefs of all the people on a planet from its most distant past to its present time. So the genetic mind has a peculiar focus, and this is not your subconscious, but the genetic mind has a peculiar focus on the accumulated beliefs of all the people on a planet from its most distant past to its present time. Yeah. And these and of course and I just wanted to point out it doesn't say Earth, it says planet. So this is going on other planets. You know what I mean? Right. So these accumulated beliefs are actually manipulations of the hierarchy, which imprint on the genetic mind in order to cast the boundaries of what is acceptable to believe. Right? Any system you get caught up
Yeah.
in, the beliefs of that system are manipulations in order to let you know what we like in this group and what we don't like. You can't do that
Mhm.
because we ain't into that over here. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's what that's
Yeah.
about. Yeah, that's very clear to me. Sounds right.
Mhm.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
It says so compelling is this manipulation and the boundaries that are imposed by the hierarchy that virtually no one is aware of the manipulations of their beliefs. This is precisely why the Wingmakers have interacted with your species from the very beginning. As culture bearers, we stretch your boundaries in the arena of science, art, and philosophy. We essentially expand the genetic mind's perimeter fence and enable it to encompass a larger portion of the land known as source reality.
That's deep right there, because that's basically saying they that our mind, that this science and this poetry and all this stuff is updated like this intentionally to stretch our minds past whatever it is that they try to get to us. That's why they got to constantly reinvent it or reteach it to us because it's always expanding. It's always
Mm.
growing. The consciousness that
Hmm.
they would have to teach to us to get us to understand what prime creator is, because prime creator is always growing, we are always growing, and the knowledge of what prime creator is now is going to constantly change because it is always growing. So they have, the hierarchy has to constantly change that and teach it to us and get us to understand where the prime creator has reached, what state that it has reached at that time. Like if I'm a like I started out as a going to high school, then I go to college, then I get my associate's degree, and then here comes my bachelor's, and then my master's, and then I try to go get my doctor's degree. It's the same thing. We getting our
Hmm.
degrees. It's degrees to it. It's
Yeah.
levels,
Well,
but you
even
also
on what comes to mind for me is things like children can say about their parents. Well, my mom used to smoke. She don't smoke no more though.
yeah
My mom used to drink. She don't drink no more. So mom is constantly changing, and the child real is seeing a reflection because we're just reflections of the creator.
yeah
So that's a reflection. Now we see how it operates. We're seeing reality as it really is. I like that.
yeah
Yeah. We're a seed of the creator, and our children are a seed of us.
yeah, pretty much.
Mm.
And our children are
And we're a
also our
reflection.
children are also our negative thoughts that we thought we cast to the side, because those can also have manifestations.
Well,
So
it goes both ways. They could be our negative
yes,
thoughts and our
or they could
positive
be our
thoughts.
positive thoughts. Yeah. So that I want to throw that part in there. So they, yeah, because they can be either one,
Wow,
or
this
a
is deep
trauma
though.
that we experience could come through our children because it's part of us. So if that happened to us and it didn't get dealt with, that could happen to the kids, and it could transfer to the kids, and or if it was just, that's how you see people. They say, well, this person made a pact with the family, and it trickles down because nobody broke the pact. Everybody kept going in that same direction. So that
Okay, so
curse
now
is
you're
still
talking
there
about
because,
generational curses.
yes, it's talking
What the
about
Bible
generational
calls
curses too.
generational curses.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. That's how generational curses get on the families, because they didn't listen to Prime Creator. All of them are still vibrating at lower frequencies
Hmm.
till somebody's vibes high and raise the frequency of the what? Of the family. That's deep.
I can dig it. I can dig it. They said, and then also no. Let's unpack this still. Let's unpack this one more level, because the Wingmakers say this is that they interact all the time because they're culture bearers and they're stretching our boundaries outside of the boundaries or the limits that the hierarchy are putting on us, and all that to expand the perimeter of the land known as source reality. So the Wingmakers say they're constantly interacting doing this. The Wingmakers also say they're angels. So we're back to the angels in the four corners.
Yep,
We're back to the definition of angels being messengers, and then we're back to the thought of angels being probably a word we would call aliens because they're constantly coming back and
yeah.
leaving.
Well, we would say strange,
Hmm.
strange because we don't understand it, because their
Right.
knowledge is a below average 3D understanding. So I would say I would go back to the original meaning of what that alien word would be, which would be strange or foreign, or what
Hmm.
we would just say unknown.
Right, because what's being said to us in layman's terms is Angels have been interacting with us from the very beginning.
Yes. Ding 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 ding
Right. Just to sum it up.
ding.
As
Right.
culture bearers, these angels stretch our boundaries in science, art, and
Intentionally.
philosophy, you know? And now we understand there's
Intentionally.
many angels, right? An angel is an
Yes.
angle of light. There's many angels. So we
Yes.
have to distinguish the difference here. These are angels that are of a high vibration, clearly. We're not talking about fallen angels.
That's right.
Science,
And they're
art, and
doing it intentionally to us to help us out. So yes, it's
We got to put that
intentional.
on the record. We got to put that on the record, you know? Yeah, yes,
but look,
yes,
we are
angels.
intrigued with science, though. Think about it, and philosophy, and
Right.
art.
Hmm.
Think about it.
That's huge.
There
Science,
was,
philosophy, and art. But we
yeah,
can look around at our reality and see how we're expanding in knowledge.
Oh yeah.
right.
And we're like, where's that coming from? Is it the grays? These
Hmm.
evil, malevolent, these evil, lower vibrational angels? Or is it something else? And I'm thinking it's something else.
I'm
These
thinking
are
it's something
high.
else.
It's something else. Yeah, it's an
Something
angel.
else.
And an angel is nothing but a messenger, right?
Right?
Now, messages, you can get a good message or a
Or a
bad
bad
message.
message. That is the fact.
This is a good messenger, though. These are good
Yeah.
messengers. Okay. All right. Damn, we solved the case damn near. We cracked the case. Did we crack the case? Oh, them liars would have got away with it if it wasn't for the meddling
For
kids.
the Meddling Kids.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's on the record, so y'all can come back, listen to the recording, and we cracked that case. Wingmakers uh, time capsules is has everything to do with high vibrational angels. Case closed.
Bloop.
That's it. Figured it out. Hmm. But we didn't even take on the case yet. We solved the case in just a preliminary investigation.
That's
This is
deep.
what we do.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Well, if it's anything like where we came from, the case gonna get complex.
Oh
Mm,
yes.
Not complex,
mm,
but I'm gonna say challenging. I'm gonna say
indeed.
challenging. I'm not gonna say complex. I'm gonna say challenging. That's what the case gonna get.
I agree.
Mm,
And I also
To go-
think that there's other things in store in this case. I don't think the case has been quite solved as of yet. I think there are more mysteries that lie ahead.
oh, definitely. Most assuredly. I can't wait to hear what they want us to know.
Yes.
Actually, matter of fact, yeah. Because let's go back to what we're reading right now. They said that well, earlier they said that there are those on Terra Earth who are in training to be sovereign entities and are completely unaware of this. They're completely unaware that they're in training, completely unaware as to their destiny. When they're able to become timeless and view the continuum of their life stream, they will see the thread that has differentiated them as sovereign entities. They will understand how the hardships and supposed indifference of the universe were actually the catalyst for their emergence as designers of the new genetic mind. So we really need to, yeah, we need to get this message out to the public. This is for those people.
Yep.
Hopefully, we're one of those people. Well, if we're gonna ring the alarm and get this message out, I would say we're one of those people that they talking about in that paragraph.
I would say the
Huh?
same.
Hmm? Yeah, we in there. We're here, people. The meddling kids, starring Asha, Fire, Chris Harris. Yes,
That's a silly.
yes. I know. We're gonna have some fun with it. We're gonna live,
Already.
enjoy life. I got a sense of humor.
Already.
We're here to experience everyone.
Hmm.
I know when I go back to meet with Prime Creator, I know Prime Boy, Prime Creator gonna be like, look, now we're gonna have to talk about some of this stuff you were down there doing.
Prime Creator understand. What happened when your
I
kids
know.
come to you talking about sex and shit? You understand? You understand?
Yeah, but it's not gonna want to hear a lot of the stuff I'm gonna have to talk about. Yes,
uh,
baby, because I have
uh,
had some fun.
this is a beautiful thing. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. This is great. Upgrade.
Yes, it is a
Where's
wonderful
Zach?
thing.
Where's Zach? Z. Where's our brother? At work. Yeah, I'm so glad we're here.
Yeah, I had not long just messaged him and told him that he missing a good call.
Mhm. But this is why we're here. We're grateful and thankful for Clubhouse. It's being recorded, you know. So he can come dip in and listen to it later at his own convenience,
Yep.
you know. So that's great. We in the right place. We in the right place. Right where we supposed to be. Everything is on time. Right?
No doubt.
Mm. There's a peace that comes with thinking like that. So
You know.
it's an
You know
honor.
what? You know. Go ahead, Sister P, and then I want. Now I'm gonna say
No,
what I
I'm
was saying.
good. Go ahead.
Then I was gonna say, you know what? What was getting me in all of this is the fact that throughout this, they've not said not one time that you can't do this or you can't do that. You see what I'm saying? It's pretty much a you decision. So it's letting everybody understand that you are the person who is making the decisions here because you're gathering the information, you're going through the experiences, you're doing that. So this right here to me also opens the door for others to understand that when they go to that job interview, it was them that got them that job.
Hmm.
And when they go through them hardships, it was them who got them through them hardships. But they also, yes, did have to lean on the wisdom and the intuition of the prime creator, but it still was them that had the actual experience. So you are supposed to experience that, get through that, and keep it moving and learn from that so that you can grow and not let whatever experience you have lead you stagnant or make you think that you're not worthy as a person.
Make
Mm-hmm.
you hate certain people. Think about
Yes,
it.
yes, yes, that too.
What they play on. Yep.
Yeah. And you got to overcome that and come into that vibration of equality and love.
Yeah, because that is a big division right there, boy.
Yep.
Other
Yeah.
than equality, man, man got the people divided on all levels.
Hmm. Yeah. And it goes on to say, the Wingmakers go on to say, if we were to tell you about the fundamental misconceptions of your genetic mind, you would not believe us. You would most definitely, even your most accomplished spiritual leaders, find us in contempt of much that you hold true and reasonable. You would feel fear in the face of our expression of source reality because it would be so clear to you how you have squandered your divine natures in favor of the entrapment of the genetic mind. That's
That's
what you were
deep.
saying, Chris.
That's
We're so
deep.
great. We're so much better. We're so great. We're
Hmm.
so amazing.
Man.
Come about that mind frame. Come about that trap. Because you
Yep.
got so many gifts and you're squandering them. You are divine. You know?
And this is why people have bad luck and they don't even understand what bad luck really is. It's the fact that you vibrating on a low frequency, and that's what it is. Your frequency is not operating out of love and equality because once it does, money and abundance and all these things just gravitate to you because you're on a loving frequency. So the key really is to keep your vibrations up on a loving frequency,
Mm,
no matter
mm-hmm.
what you experience.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can only do that. So that means you're going to have to do your shadow work. You're
Yes,
going to have to do
lots of
your
shadow work.
You
meditations.
have to.
Lots of
Oh my
shadow
God.
work. Lots and lots of shadow work.
Yeah. Because you got to figure out your triggers and you got to examine them and understand why you're getting triggered. Why are you getting triggered? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to really dig deep and look inside address the wound that you have inside. You're hurt. Something has hurt you, and you got to deal with it.
Yep. Yep. You can't just sweep it under
Yeah,
the rug and ignore it because it's gonna come up sometime in your life, and it could even keep you trapped here in this loop.
that's what it's saying. It's an entrapment of the genetic mind. But yes, you really that's reincarnation. That's the loop. That's the regeneration. That's the being trapped in this loop until
That's
you
the
vibrate
try it
higher
again.
than. Hmm?
I say that's the try it again.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's the way out of the mommy womb and the lights at the hospital. Just think how many times we've seen that. If you just really think about it, think of how many times we probably have seen that light at the hospital. That's probably why we was crying.
Like, oh no, not
Yeah, girl,
again.
for real. You such a freak.
And then they slap your ass.
Yeah.
Pow! Ow! Shit!
Shut
It's
up. You
really
back.
happening.
Shut up. You back.
Damn it. Hmm. Back for the first time, right? Like they say.
And then think about some of those that just came here for the first time, like you just said. And they like, what is this place here? I don't know what this is.
Welcome to school,
Oh,
little nigga.
yeah.
Yes. And that's reality. Yeah. Because most of the problem is everybody's walking around in a dreamland and not dealing with reality.
Exactly.
That, right. Oh my gosh. Like all the time.
you
I,
know?
and a lot of times you can really just, I mean, you can get away from a lot of stuff that you trapped with if you just stop. Remember, I say slow down and just think logically and realistically. Can
Yeah.
this be? You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I doing?
What am I doing? Really? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm.
Life is but a dream.
All right. So the Wingmakers go on and say, excuse me, we know this will seem like a judgment of your beliefs, and it is to some degree, but you must know this about your belief system. They are largely disconnected from source reality. They are like threads of a web that have become disconnected from the branches of source reality by the winds of the hierarchy. Boy, they painted that picture, didn't they?
Yes,
I know
that
you
is.
understand this, they say. I know. Let me put it this way. Let me explain it to you like
And it
this.
actually sounds like they may be carbonated beings from the way that they're being so straightforward with the information.
Hmm. They gotta be
It's like this is
carbonated
how it
beings.
is, and a matter of fact, this is how it is.
They're like threads of a web that have become disconnected from the branches of source reality by the winds of the hierarchy. Mm-hmm. Sound about right? Source reality is represented in your belief in unconditional love. Source reality is represented in your belief in unconditional love. But of all the dimensions of your belief systems, this is the one thread, unconditional love, that is connected through the genetic mind to source reality. Boom.
Meaning that no matter what belief system you in, if it ain't on that frequency, it ain't of the prime creator. You just doing something to be doing it. But you'll figure it out eventually.
Hmm. I love it. I love it. Thank you for letting me
Yeah,
know.
no hellfire and no
Confirming.
brimstone and fire. None of that. Just you just gonna come back to second grade if you didn't get past Miss Wilson's class. You're going back to second grade.
Back to the matrix you go.
Dang.
Bye bye.
So it says all of the other dimensions are connected to the genetic mind. and have no ongoing connection to source reality. The genetic mind, as an intermediary and reflection of source reality, is completely and utterly inept. This is all parts of the primal blueprint that designs the evolutionary pathway of a species through time. The genetic mind acts as a buffer for the developing species to experience separation from source reality. In this way, the human instrument is appropriately entangled in time, space, and the illusions of a disempowered belief system. Wow. So it says there is a means to the end. There's a reason behind this. We have to experience separation from source reality. The genetic mind is a buffer that helps you experience this separation from source reality. Y'all see that? It says these factors, as disorienting as they are to the entity, it's disorienting to us, but it's precisely what attracts us to Earth. That's why our souls came into bodies here on Earth. You see this? There are very few planetary systems in the multiverse that
Yep.
provide a better sense of separation from source reality than that which is experienced on Terra Earth. Hmm.
Yep. It provides a better version of the experience. That's why we incarnate here to learn the experiences because it's better to learn it here. But it keeps us further divided from the prime creator at the same time. Once we separate, it's harder to come back because we get so lost in these belief systems that this planet throws out at us every time it's trying to show us what it actually means to get back to prime creator.
Right. It says there are very few planetary systems in the multiverse that provide a better sense of separation from source. Because you're never separated from source, but it gives you a sense of separation. It says by amplifying the sense of separation, the entity can experience more fully the individuated essence that is unique and bears the resemblance of Prime Creator as a unique being. This is what draws entities to this world to incarnate within a human instrument. By amplifying here on Earth, you get a better sense of separation. Here on Earth, the sense of separation is amplified. By amplifying the sense of separation, we can experience more fully the individuated essence that is unique. We can experience more fully the creator, the prime creator. Okay, we're saying you wouldn't know joy without pain, right? And we said you wouldn't know sunny days without rain, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you wouldn't understand wholeness without
Being empty.
separation.
Right, yeah,
Ooh,
separation.
yes. You couldn't understand what
Yeah.
it's like to be united until you experience what it's like to be alone. Mm, mm. It's all so clear. That makes sense. There's nothing wrong with that. That makes sense to me. It says so the genetic mind is an enabling force to experience separation on the one hand and a disabling force to understand the true characteristics of source reality on the other. This dichotomy, when understood, helps to disentangle the human instrument and its entity consciousness from the limiting aspects of the genetic mind and its principal author, the hierarchy. Talk about it. Which y'all think? It's amazing to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is it helps and it hurts, right?
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse, as people want to call it.
It's a blessing in disguise, Eden.
Hmm.
Right. You gotta you're separating and it can be disorienting or confusing. But actually once you experience the separation, now you'll have a better understanding of wholeness. And you know, the vibration of love, unconditional love, that's what unites. That's what keeps everything together. That's why the one thread that connects us here to the prime creator is the unconditional love. So, yes, we've been separated. We're here at the end of our rope, if you will. We're at the end of our rope.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yet, the rope that we're holding on to is the unconditional love because we could never be separated from the creator. It's the love. You just got to vibrate up. You just make your way back, boo. Make your way back. Like a yin. Remember them yin yangs? Remember the yo-yo toys and you yo-yo, and that it's on that
Yeah.
thread and
Yeah.
you yo-yo it down, but then it come on back home. Come on
Hmm.
back, baby. You've been separated from me far enough. Come on back.
Hmm.
Yes. Man, that's love. What y'all think?
Hey.
Yeah, I don't have nothing. I don't have zero problem. I have zero problems with what the Wingmakers is talking about
They sound like they got
and their
more sense
angels.
than the average person.
actually, actually, they're making things very clear that I haven't. They're making things clearer than anything I've read in my 41 years.
That part.
It says over the next 20 years, the genetic mind will become increasingly fragmented and thus vulnerable to modification. This will be an effect of the growing ubiquity of intelligent networks and artificial intelligence therein. Over the next 20 years, the genetic mind will become increasingly fragmented and thus vulnerable to modification. This will be an effect of the growing ubiquity of intelligent networks and artificial intelligence therein. The expanding interconnection of intelligent networks has a significant impact on the genetic mind because of the emergence of a global culture that accompanies the arrival of such technologies. Yeah, because we talking about these angels and we talking about high technology and we're saying is this good technology or bad technology? Well, some of these people using this technology for bad, but there is this
Yep.
technology that's being put in place for good. And guess
Yes.
what? It's fragmenting the genetic mind, my nigga. You see this?
Yep.
This AI, these internet networks,
Yep.
all this is a means to an end. There is a plan in effect and it's been in effect and it's going to reach its logical conclusion. This is the battle. This is the war.
Yes. Yes.
Mm. So, y'all
If
want to
you
move
look
on
at
to Olin
if you look at it
technology?
as like a chess game or checkers, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference between chess and checkers. This information, these belief systems. That's the difference. When you go through these belief systems, are you playing chess? Or are you playing checkers? Some of us are just still playing checkers.
Hmm.
While those of us that's playing chess, we out here doing the work. We looking and seeking and trying to find the information. And that's why the Bible says that if you seek it, you'll find it. That's the only way to find it. You gotta seek it. If you don't seek it, it's not gonna come to you and it's gonna be harder for you to get the information. You're gonna be stagnant because your mind is not gonna be at a frequency where you can receive it. We still go back
Yeah,
to why people are, why some people are just not waking up.
this is incredible.
They've been paralyzed by that snake. Immobilized.
Hmm. So then let's move on to Olin technology. Because now we're talking computers and stuff all of a sudden. Yes, we're talking about computers, we're talking about AI, we're talking about intelligent networks, which I guess would kind of be databases. They say like Facebook has a huge database. So we're talking about databases, intelligent networks, artificial intelligence, a global culture, and the arrival of these technologies that makes it all happen. Right? Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Olin technology. Intelligent networks are able to operate from a single language with translation interfaces that enable global intercourse. This means language is no longer a barrier to communication. Intelligent networks will introduce a meta language that translates both real time written and spoken applications. It will revolutionize the genetic mind's global construct and facilitate the digitalization of your global economy. So they're saying the future is digital currency, cryptocurrency.
Yep.
You see it?
Yep.
Huh. They brought up the word meta. So metaverse, we
Yep.
see it. It's
Metaverse.
happening now as we speak.
Metaverse. Yep.
This is
Yes, it
happening
is.
right now.
Metaverse. Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This was in the time capsule. This was in the Wingmakers time capsule found in Chaco Canyon, which is located in the Four Corners of Southwest United States of America in New Mexico.
Okay, let me add something. Okay, so at different times in history were these brought found, right?
No.
So
These
I'm
things
sorry.
have only started. These things have only started. The first one was found in 1960, but not even the whole thing. The whole thing was found around 1994, and then it wasn't until 2000 that they were able to unlock what was on the disc.
Hmm.
But this was
Yeah.
the
They've
first
been
site that
reaching
was
it for a
found.
whole
And the
100
other
years.
seven,
Too.
it's 7 sites. This was the first one found in the 1960. The other ones have been found. They've all been found now, but the last one was found in like 2005 or the late 90s or something like that. So yes, they're only just now being found, is what the story is.
Right.
Yes. Allegedly. Allegedly. Right?
So the last
Yes.
one was in what?
I don't know. We haven't even studied that
2000 so
far.
far.
Let's examine that. Y'all want to pause on this and examine
But
that
no, 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 no.
information?
I'm talking about the time because how it's saying 20 years from now. I'm wondering was this particular writing put
Hmm.
there for the people to find 20 years ago, but they didn't know how to translate it 20 years ago. But now it's applying to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
only
I don't
it
know.
able to translate
is.
it
That's
in
like
It is.
that's like what
2000.
because you saying that's what we're going through now.
Right.
Were
Yeah.
we the people talking about 20 years ago, and then it's going to also bring us up to speed on
No,
the future
no,
for us here.
I don't.
I don't know.
Probably. But
I
we
think
gonna have
what it
to.
was from
That's
what
probably it.
the documentary that I looked at on Amazon Prime said that the problem is that a lot of even just from looking at their structures, they just cannot tell how they did it. They're baffled. They've been researching it over 100 years. So think about that. It took them 100 years, and they still ain't even broke down all the mysteries that's there. So that it's too hard for them to figure out. Number one, and then the little bit that they have figured out, it took them a very, very long time to get that information. So if they could have released this information before now, when they found that first set, they would have told everybody, or they would have brought it out. You know what I'm saying? Or went into it and started trying to do what they needed to do. But they had everything had to take its course. That's why they didn't have access to be able to find it until a certain times. When you watch that movie that's on Amazon Prime, you will understand what I'm saying, because that goes into why they set those walls up like that out there.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch it.
I can't wait to read
Hmm.
all what they have to say because they're
Right.
telling us the future. They're telling us prophecy. They're prophesying and telling us
That's
the
what I
future.
was.
So I can't
That's
wait.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Period. We need to. So should we take the
Say,
case of the
listen,
Wingmakers?
it sound like they talking more than Moses.
Hmm.
And he's supposed to lead the
Hmm.
people to the promised land. And they saying more than Moses.
Well, we
maybe
know
it's
if
hey,
it
maybe it's the
will.
Exodus. Maybe this the
Nah,
Exodus.
Hey, Moses was in the four corners, though. I'll tell you that. On
Yeah,
the
maybe this the
eastern four
Exodus.
corners. I don't know, man. It's a lot of mystery wrapped up in this. I am for it, though. I'm here for it. I am here for it. They telling us the future. They said they got over 8,000 pages of stuff that was in this time capsule. This is just a glossary to explain the words they're gonna be using in their papers.
And then think back, it said it took them 250 years to complete just one area. Nigga, that's 250 years. And it was 10,000 of them. This has been done over 12 generations. 12 generations of people have been doing this. So this is all they know. That was all they knew, was building up and doing all that stuff. That's just crazy. 250 years to complete a structure. It don't even take us that long right now. But can you imagine? Man, we finna go out here and build this wall. Come on, y'all, go build a wall. 250
Mm-mm.
years?
Mm. You know what? Let's put on the video of the dude talking with the interview, and let's listen to maybe 30 minutes of it. Of him talking. The one that claims he was the translator and defected from the ACIO, who
Yeah,
was
let's hear
linked with
from
the
him.
NSA. Let's hear what he said. Dr. Neruda. Let's see what Dr. Neruda had to say in his interview. Let me pull that up real quick. Yeah. Because we're saying that, and then I really want to research the other time capsules. I don't know where they're at, but according to the timeline, a brief timeline I think was in the PDF. Is saying that the first one was this one that we're discussing right now, and they're saying the theme of this Chaco Canyon time capsule is genetics. And they're saying each time capsule has its own theme, and the first one was the one we're looking into now. The other ones have been discovered as well now, and I think this has been through from the 60s through the 90s that they've been found. So I wanted more information on where the other ones are at, just like we're doing with Chaco Canyon. I want to know about the other sites. Where are they at? When was it found? And
I think we had a list of that yesterday. Let me go back to my that duck duck thing because I think it said the other ones where they was. Just let me go back and find it.
okay, because we need to find this. We need this information straight up. I am really curious now about the other sites and what were the themes. And it's interesting that this first one was about genetics, and they said it had 23 chambers, and a 24th chamber was found in the 23rd chamber. And they're saying they think it has something to do with DNA because the 23rd chromosome is a sex chromosome. So, by all means, the 24th chromosome would be a baby. And they're saying maybe there's a hidden DNA strand in the people, where they're saying they're talking about a new DNA strand being unlocked that's been lying dormant. What? And that's the genetic time capsule. I want to know what these other time capsules is talking about, nigga. I gotta find where the interview starts. Hold on a second. You guys there?
I am.
He gave me the interview. Jeez. Okay.
He was only about 2 years old. He had attended the best
Sounds
private
robotic.
school
Sorry, guys.
and additionally had been provided with special tutors, which he later learned were from the ACIO. At the age of 14, he came under the formal tutelage of his future.
Can y'all hear it?
To the ACIO at an early age.
Y'all hear it good? Put up your hand.
He told me that he had no recollection of his mother and that his father brought him to the ACIO at an.
Can y'all hear that? Nobody's talking. Hello? I need to know if you guys can hear the audio.
I heard it when it was playing.
Okay.
Perceived or can think them to be true. And so that's how I operated with Drive. Neruda. I felt him to be genuine and sincere, but probably misguided or in error. However, he was convincing enough to secure a meeting with me, and so we met. A few days later at a coffee shop near my home. He didn't fit my stereotypical view of a scientist. He was much more sophisticated and even elegant in his demeanor, and looked as much like an executive of a Fortune 100 company as anything else. His charisma and articulate manner immediately impressed me, and I sensed that he was not a man of mental instability prone to wild claims. He told me that he had no recollection of his mother, and that his father brought him to the ACIO at an early age. A high-ranking member of the ACIO had taken him under his wing, so a considerable portion of his life was involved in one way or another with the ACIO. His father raised him as a single parent. He had been told that his mother had died from breast cancer shortly after his birth when he was only about 2 years old. He had attended the best private schools and additionally had been provided with special tutors, which he later learned were from the ACIO. At the age of 14, he came under the formal tutelage of his future colleagues from the ACIO. By the time he was 17, he had left school and decided to pursue an internship at the ACIO, though he said that at the time, it was simply called the NSA Special Projects Laboratory and wasn't an acknowledged veteran of the NSA. His internship lasted for 2 years and he never pursued a formal degree at a page 6 university, though he claimed to have knowledge about physics and the life sciences that is far in advance of the curriculums at the best universities. He stated that he believed himself to have possessed average intelligence until he began his training and internship at the ACIO. He said that they had technologies that stimulated certain aspects of the central nervous system and brain that increased raw intelligence by as much as 500%. In addition, he claimed that there was a genetic implant technology that increased the ability to memorize and retain information to the point where the entire scientific core of the ACIO had perfect photographic memory. This enabled them to build their group intelligence beyond the genius of any one individual. These technologies, he claimed, were of extraterrestrial origin derived from a friendly source that had been visiting Earth for thousands of years, but had arrangements with the ACIO dating from 1959 that were secret even from our government and its intelligence agencies. The alien race, which he called the Cordium, had infiltrated the ACIO in 1958, and though he wasn't specific about how this occurred, he did say that the Cordium are still working with the ACIO to see technologies on Earth that are superior to our native technologies, the technologies to accelerate and enhance Intelligence were the first technologies to be transferred, and these were to enable the ACIO scientists to assimilate and utilize subsequent technologies that the Cordium brought to the ACIO. In exchange for these technologies, the Cordium were provided safe haven within the ACIO intelligence structure. In other words, the Cordium were permitted access to all of the information systems of the ACIO, which are considerable according to Dr. Neruda. They were also able to use the facilities of the ACIO, including their laboratories, considerable land holdings, and scientific brainpower. This unfettered access to ACIO intelligence provided the Cordium leaders with insight into the structure of world government, where the power centers were, who the real leaders were, and how critical decisions were made for the world's people. According to Dr. Neruda, the Cordium are benevolent and had no ulterior motives to take over the earth and rule in dictatorship. In fact, they were much more interested in establishing diplomatic ties to the various world governments through the United Nations at the appropriate time, which was considered to be shortly after the year 2011. The existence of the Cordium was kept from the NSA, and even most ACIO personnel were unaware of their existence, though I don't know how this was accomplished. Within the ACIO, there are 14 distinct levels of security clearance. Those who are at level 12 and above are aware of the Cordium technology transfer program TTP, and they, according to Dr. Neruda, are about 120 inches number and are primarily in India, Belgium, and the United States. There are only 7 who have level 14 clearance, and they are the directors of intelligence, security, research, special projects, operations, information, systems, and communications. These directors report to the executive director, who is known simply as Page 7. 15, which is the unique classification that is reserved for the head of the ACIO. 15, in the eyes of Dr. Neruda, is the most powerful human on the planet, and what I think he meant by powerful is that 15 is able to deploy technologies that are well in advance to any that our world's governments have access to. However, Dr. Neruda portrayed 15 and his 7 directors as a benevolent force, not a hostile or controlling force. The 8 people who comprise this inner sanctum of the ACIO are in possession of radical technologies that have been part of the Cordium TTP. However, there were also other extraterrestrial technologies that had been derived from recoveries of spacecraft or other alien artifacts, including various discoveries contained in ancient texts that had never been revealed before. All of this information and technology has been collected and developed within the ACIO scientific core, all of whom possess clearances of level 12 or higher. This scientific core is called the Labyrinth Group and consists of both men and women who have utilized the Cordium intelligence accelerator technologies to their advantage and have created a secret organization within the ACIO. When Dr. Neruda was explaining this to me, it got so complicated that I asked him if he could draw me a visual diagram of how all of these organizations work. The Labyrinth Group consists of all the personnel within the ACIO that qualify for levels 12, 13, and 14 clearances. 15 is the leader of this most secret organization. It was split from the ACIO to enable secrecy from the NSA and lower-ranking members of the ACIO, which would facilitate the Labyrinth Group's agenda to create its own applications of the Cordium TTP. The Labyrinth Group is in possession of the pure technologies derived from the Cordium TTP. It takes these technologies and dilutes them to the point where the ACIO or Special Projects Laboratory will sell them to private industry and government agencies, which includes the military. This secret organization is the most powerful organization on Earth in drive, Neruda's opinion, but they do not choose to exercise their power in a way that makes them visible. Thus, their power is only discernible to their members. For about 40 years, they have accumulated considerable wealth apart from the NSA's oversight. They have managed to build their own security technologies that prevent detection from intelligence agencies like the CIA or MI5. They are for all practical purpose, in total control of their agenda. Perhaps this is what makes them a unique organization. Dr. Neruda had a clearance of level 12 and was still kept from vital information that only the director level was aware, and it was assumed that even 15 kept vital information from his directors, though this was never a certainty. The symbol used by the labyrinth group is 4 concentric circles, each circle representing a clearance level 12, 13, 14, and 15, and each circle had a unique insight into the agenda of the labyrinth group and its coordination with the cordium. 15 was an enigma to everyone within the labyrinth group. He had been a page 8 physicist before he became the executive director of the ACIO. He was a renegade because he never interacted with the protocols in the political environment of academia. He operated outside of the institutions and was selected to be part of the ACIO because of his combination of brainpower, independence, and relative obscurity within scientific circles. He was one of the first to make contact with the cordium and establish communication with them. The cordium essentially appointed 15 as their liaison to the ACIO, and 15 became the first to utilize the intelligence accelerator technologies that the cordium initially offered. These technologies not only enhance cognitive abilities, memory, and higher order thinking skills, but also enhance the consciousness of the individual so that they can utilize the newly gained intelligence in a non-invasive manner, meaning they don't exploit their intelligence for personal gain at the expense of others. This apparent increase in both 15's IQ and ethical consciousness caused him to create the Labyrinth Group in order to retain the pure state technologies of the cordium TTP from the NSA. What technologies are released to the NSA are diluted forms of the pure state technology, which are significantly less potent in their military and surveillance applications. What I expected to hear from Dr. Neruda was a secret organization of intelligent, evil elitist individuals intent on exploitation and control. Why else would they want to hide beneath the cloak of such incredible secrecy? The answer, according to Dr. Neruda, was surprising. The Labyrinth Group view themselves as the only group with sufficient intellect and technology to develop a specific form of time travel technology. They are essentially focused on this agenda because they desire to prevent future hostilities that they believe will occur unless this technology is developed. The cordium is assisting, but despite their considerable intellects, they have been unable to develop this technology. What I'm about to tell you will seem impossible to believe, but again, I'm only reporting what my notes say based on my initial conversations with Dr. Neruda. He explained to me that there are as many as 12 different extraterrestrial races currently involved in the past, present, and future of Earth and its destiny. The ACIO, because of its mission with the NSA, is the most knowledgeable group about the various agendas of these 12 alien races. Apparently, there is an extraterrestrial race that may have hostile intent in the technological potential to disrupt the human social order and overtake it, as well as Earth itself. This concern is what motivated 15 to assign the Labyrinth Group's intellect and collective energy to create the ultimate defense weapon, which they refer to as blank slate technology, BST, or a form of time travel. I don't pretend to understand all of what Dr. Neruda described regarding BST. My notes are a bit vague because he was talking so far over my head I didn't even know what to write in many instances. When the Ancient Arrow Project came under the control of the ACIO, it was, like all projects, carefully scrutinized to determine if there were any technologies at page 9 could help in the overall agenda of developing BST. When it was determined that the Ancient Arrow Project was in fact a time capsule from a future aspect of humanity, the Labyrinth Group seized the project from the ACIO and essentially began a misinformation campaign back to the NSA. Dr. Neruda was one of 2 scientists that held a level 12 clearance and was asked to lead in the translation of the Wingmakers language and decode their various communication symbols. In this process, he became aware of how to decode their language and began to understand what they were trying to communicate. He became convinced that the Wingmakers were time travelers and possessed a form of EST. He also became convinced that there were 6 additional time capsules stored in various places around the globe, and that they held the technologies or insights that would enable the development of EST. The reason he defected was that somehow in the process of translating the Wingmakers' language, he became a sympathizer of their philosophy. He felt that the Wingmakers were communicating with him and had selected him as their liaison. And when he acknowledged this to his superiors, he was found to be a risk to the project's secrecy. Apparently, Wing personnel, regardless of clearance or rank, become known as security risks. They are given a memory therapy that essentially removes problematic experiences from their mind. Dr. Neruda felt certain that he was going to receive this therapy imminently and could not fathom the results of losing his memories of the Wingmaker's experience. Thus, he defected from the ACIO in the Labyrinth group, the first to ever do so. When he had contacted me, he had defected only the day before. He told me that I would have to wait for him to contact me again to set up the rendezvous time and place. 3 days later, he called and we met that same afternoon. I wasn't prepared to believe him, but I thought it was a provocative story and was worth spending an hour or two investigating. Anyway, what he proceeded to tell me in that first meeting is largely contained in this journal entry. He showed me photographs and documents from the ancient era project that appeared authentic to my eyes. He also showed me some of the technologies that were in development by the ACIO concerning holographic fractal objects, or HFOs as he called them. These were incredible to observe and equally impossible to explain, and I must admit that my first impression after seeing HFOs in action was that any organization that could develop this technology was operating at a level well outside of the mainstream. It felt alien to me. It was then I became at least a partial believer. I called my employer and told them that I needed to take some personal leave. I took 1 week off and spent a significant portion of it with Dr. Neruda, asking 1,000 questions, which, for the most part, he had ready answers to. Gradually, I became a reluctant believer, with a healthy streak of skepticism. At the end of the week, he asked me to take some of his materials and publish them. There were times that I honestly felt he was an extraterrestrial, and even now I'm not certain that he isn't. This from a person who 6 short months ago would page 10 had disputed ETs and any other bump in the night phenomena. He was convinced that the ACIO would not allow him to defect with his memory intact. He was fearful of their remote viewing technology and was certain that they would try to track him down. He wanted me to have possession of the materials only if I volunteered to do so and was willing to publish them. And through all of this, he wasn't absolutely certain that the Labyrinth group and their ET friends, the Cordium, were intending anything bad. He just didn't want his memory tampered with. I think he was mostly interested in exposing the Wingmaker's time capsule and its philosophy and communication symbols. He never seemed that interested in exposing the ACIO and its secret organization, the Labyrinth Group. He told me about this entity only to impress upon me that he was part of an organization that had unusual powers and technologies, and to the extent they wanted to keep things under wrap, they would use their considerable powers to do so, which was why he had picked me at random to help him in getting this story out. Dr. Neruda was the most sincere individual I have ever met, someone I would love to count among my friends. I was so impressed with his manners, communication skills, and intellect. At one time, I asked him what his IQ was, and with all humility intact, he simply answered that there is no way to test it, and that the Labyrinth Group's members are not interested in IQ so much as what he called fluid intelligence, or the speed with which alternative, creative solutions to a problem can be generated. He claimed this was the most important form of intelligence, and without it, one would not be able to time travel. In other words, he was convinced that time Travel was not an independent technology, but was integral to the traveler. The time traveler must have a certain degree of fluid intelligence in order to withstand the stress inherent in time travel, and the best way to handle the stress was by having a high level of fluid intelligence. The thing I found so fascinating about Dr. Neruda was his descriptions of how information about ETs, new physics, cosmology, prophecies, and the galactic hierarchy were hidden from the public, government, and even intelligence organizations. He told me that only one man had ever really tried to write about the NSA's Special Project Laboratory, and that was back in 1950, and according to my notes, it was written by Wilbur Smith, who I believe was a journalist from Canada. Everything else that has been written has done so on the basis of pure speculation. Dr. Neruda said that when this paper was circulated, it was the genesis of the ACIO in order to build another layer of what he called an acknowledged deference. He said that an acknowledged deference are rare in intelligence agencies, but those that do exist often telescope into greater levels of secrecy in order to remain hidden from public and private scrutiny. He also inferred that there were corporate members of the military industrial complex that were involved in these unacknowledged deference. He claimed that the ACIO or its sister organization, the Special Projects Laboratory, would sell, diluted page 11, technologies to private corporations and laboratories, which in turn would be commercialized for the military, and in some instances, even consumer use. Dr. Neruda permitted me to take record 5 formal interviews with him. These are probably the best way to understand his perspective and the story that he has to tell. Even now, as I'm writing this letter, I find myself doubting much of what he told me, while at the same time I can imagine why he'd go to all this trouble. If it were just a game or charade of some kind, it just doesn't make any sense in the context. So I'm stuck somewhere in the middle of belief and disbelief. I can only tell you that if only a small percentage of his story is accurate, then citizens and their politicians need to wake up, according to Dr. Neruda. Even our highest ranking government officials and military intelligence officers lack access to the information that he was privy to. But if these unacknowledged secret departments exist, and private contractors working on behalf of the military are involved with these secret organizations, some organizations should be investigating this, and they should have powers to grant witness protection, immunity, and a variety of other inducements to get these secrets out to the public, or, at the very least, our government officials. I have approximately 60 pages of notes from my initial discussions with Drive, Neruda, and then 5 transcripts from the 5 interviews I conducted. I encourage anyone who is serious about understanding these issues to read the interview transcripts. They're probably our best records of what's going on behind closed doors relative to the ET phenomena, secret organizations, and time travel. Page 12, the first interview of Dr. Jamison Neruda. The first interview of Dr. Jamison Neruda by Sarah. What follows is
Okay. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Let's sum up what was said and unpack that. That wasn't even the interview. That was just the intro to the interview. That's what the journalist was saying. So let's unpack what was said in those past 20 minutes because a lot was said. One of the first things I noticed was said that Dr. Neruda said that the ACIO is working with, Dr. Neruda says there's at least 12 alien races that interact and have been interacting with Earth. 12. And he said the ACIO is working with at least one. I think he's calling them the Cordian. Oh, I wish I need to Google that. Google that species of alien he was saying that the ACIO is working with, but he says they're malevolent. They're not. They're peaceful. They're really more interested in creating diplomatic ties and finding out who's really in power behind the scenes and something about linking up with the UN. Huh? You heard that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So, and then he also said that. So he said they're getting technology from this malevolent, peaceful alien race, and they're also getting technology, like we said earlier, they're also getting technology by going around to these ancient archaeological sites. Well, it's called archaeological sites now, but these ancient sites and monoliths, and taking their technology. He literally said that. Taking the tech, that's the first thing they do is go when they dispatch, they find archaeological sites. First thing they do, obviously, we know this, is go in there and get all the technology that they can. And just him saying that
Exactly.
means that it's happened. That's what they do. He says they get their high technology from two different sources. That's what he said. That's what she said. He said.
I agree.
So, okay. So,
Well, I just want to say that I had went and started doing some research to try to see if we could find out what these other six sites are because I'm curious about that
yes,
myself. Uh,
yes.
why I'm not able to find anything on the other six sites. So they're only focusing mainly on Chaco Canyon.
And you're looking on Google or DuckDuckGo or what?
I've looked on both. Let me see. Let me see. What is this? This one is let me see. Hold on. Yeah, no, this is the Google one. Let me go back to let's see. Um, um,
Yep,
where is
they're
it?
reverse engineering high technology uh, from this race of aliens, one of 12 at least,
Yeah.
and technology they find at ancient sites. They're trying to reverse engineer it, or they have it. They don't have to reverse engineer it,
What I
because it's
think.
already. Hmm,
So what I think from what I read of this one article on here, I believe that three of the sites was New Mexico. Because when you, no matter where you go and you look for this, they don't tell you all of the sites. So it's some of it probably still that they haven't figured out, or they still doing the
trying to figure it out.
research on to try to figure out, what it all is there because it says that it took them 27 years to actually decipher the information. So that's some deep stuff. That means it was pretty hard for them to figure it out. So I think the problem is they probably want to release more information, but they simply can't because the information has not been made available for them to comprehend what it's actually supposed to be doing or what role they're gonna play in it. But the
Well,
information that I did find is actually quite interesting. The one from Google. I actually was able to run into three separate articles on this. Now, one of them was actually on the Wingmaker site,
hmm
and it says, let me get to that part. It says, by most appearances, the discovery was like a natural history museum from an alien race. Did
museum.
you hear that? It said, by most appearances, the discovery was like a natural history museum from an alien race. It became
Mm.
known among the researchers as ETC or extraterrestrial time capsule. Because of carbon dating analysis, it was initially assumed that this time capsule was left behind by extraterrestrials that had visited Earth in the 8th century. However, it wasn't until 1997 that the encoded language found within the site and its artifacts became accessible to the ACO. And keep in mind that this is just when it became accessible to them. They didn't actually figure this stuff out until like 2003.
Well, that's what I was wondering because
Yeah.
because Chris was asking that question basically, and I'm saying to myself, they initially found the site in 1960, then they found the rest of the stuff in 1994, but they weren't able to access the CD until 2000. So then 20 years from that would be 2020.
hmm Well, it just says it became accessible to them. They didn't actually decode it to where they could actually say what was even on it until till after 2000. So into 2003. So even when they got to where they could get to it and look at it, they still weren't able to do it. It still took time for them to figure it out because of what it was. And then let's see, let's go back to this other article here. And this one here is on joanneocean.com. it says it says in 1972 the Arrowhead site was discovered in New Mexico by a few hikers. And then once you get to reading on into the article, it talks about, of course, the 8,000 pages that was found. And then it says that this was a civ. We have to keep in mind that the information in this time capsule, it says that it was information about a civilization. So these wing makers, they lived 800 years into our future on our timeline.
Wow.
800 years.
And then go into what you were saying about, because I think there's something here. Hold on. They're saying that they unlocked, they thought that this was a people from around 800 AD, but once they opened it up and looked at they were able to unlock that CD. I think it was written in a Sumerian language, is what they
Yeah, it was
told me.
something similar to Samaria. Yeah, it was something
Hmm.
similar to Samaria. But the point is that 800 years into the future, that's they gonna be trying to figure that out for a long time.
Hmm.
They got a huge jump on us. 800 years. This is 2021. Tomorrow be 22. 800 years from now, we can't even fathom what it's gonna be like 800 years from
Yeah.
into the future.
But
On this little pea brain, that we have in third dimension. We can't even fathom that. So they already had the plan. And just think about that. That's deep. And then it says that it actually goes into the height. It says the similar chambers and amphitheaters inside the mountains have been located in Tibet and Iraq. And another appears to be beneath the Sphinx in Egypt.
wow.
Interestingly, archaeologists digging near some of the remarkable time capsule locations have discovered burial plots that, upon exhumation, reveal skeletons measuring 7 to 10 feet tall, supporting the research that very large people inhabited these areas. But when you go and look at the documentary that I told y'all to look at on Amazon Prime, you clearly see that these 7 to 10 feet tall beings were not sleeping inside these rooms. So they probably were going up and down with them all the time because those people were only like 5'5". You know what I'm saying? Only 5 feet
Yeah.
5 inches, and you can see the rooms. They show you the one of the journalists there trying to go inside the Chaco Canyon into one of the rooms, and he has to pretty much bend all the way over just to get inside the room to fit inside there. So nobody 7 to 10 feet tall was sleeping and walking around inside them rooms. So where were they sleeping? You see what I'm saying? So it opens the door up to like so many other questions. Like, yeah, so they were not inside there sleeping. I know that. It clearly, and the man even says that it's very difficult to move around through this Chaco Canyon. So through these rooms, it's hard to maneuver because you have to be really, really short to get in and to move about. So taking that in consideration, this could have been something like a pygmy race. In other words, they were very short people.
Okay, now when you say pygmy, that's interesting.
Yes.
The pygmies. Um, because the pygmies been all over, I think, or what comes to mind when I think of pygmy? I think I even think of the Picts in Scotland, the original black
The
people in Scotland.
leprechauns. Yeah, the leprechauns
Hmm.
from over there. Yep.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, this is a wonderful topic.
Hmm.
Everything coming up in this topic. What is going on?
Exactly. Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, it's just it's very
Okay.
interesting.
Can
And
you?
then what was the other ones? It said let me go back and see if I can find where all it said. I had seen a few words said. I know one was Iraq.
Yeah, that's
I
my
think
question.
I
Iraq.
think
So
one
what
was
they?
also Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. One of the areas where they found these at, if I'm not mistaken, it was Virginia.
Well, can you send me the articles, or can we pin it? Can you pin it in the
Yeah,
room, or can you send
yeah.
me?
I'm a let me see. I'm gonna send them to you and your messenger.
Hey, ladies. I'm finally on
Right.
my break so I can talk. I've been listening to y'all this whole time.
Okay.
Um, I want when she was playing the video, it said something about the original transcript. Is it? How can we get those? Because he said it's better to read it so you can better understand. Like, but he doesn't say where we can get those transcripts from the
Yeah, you're
interview
talking
that he
about the
did with Dr.
journalist, and
Naruto. Mhm.
you're talking about the journalist and her original transcripts of her original conversations with Dr. Naruto.
Yes. Uh huh.
Okay,
He
I'm
doesn't
gonna look
say,
into that.
or she, whatever it is, never said how you can look at the transcript.
I'm gonna look into it. Stand
Okay.
by. We're gonna find
All right.
it.
Oh, and also keep in mind that to cover up some of this, that some of these things was changed. Like it did state that the original findings were in like 1972. That on one of these sites, it actually brings that up. That it shows you where they made the changes and what the changes were. So it says the discovery date of the Lost Arrow site was changed from 1972 to 1996. Why did they do that?
Good question.
Hmm.
Maybe people were, I don't know. Maybe people
Yeah.
were figuring things out, so they changed. I don't know. There's no telling with these people.
I
And then it
missed that.
says that the distance to the star system of the Cortium was changed from 15,000 light years on the old site to 15 million. So they trying to change it up to make it seem like this is too impossible for this stuff to happen, to make you think that it's like a fantasy and that it's really not true. You know, to kind of make you where you just don't really be believing in it, or want to look into it more. But
That's what I'm
15,000
saying.
light years, do you know how far
Wait,
15,000 light years is?
I
That's
don't
not
I
very
imagine
missed that
very.
far.
though.
Oh, it's not. Oh, I can imagine far.
No.
Wow.
She said, "Oh no, it's not for real.
Yeah,
It's not."
it says, okay, so it says among the many significant changes, a 24/6 chamber was added to the 23 chambers, the number of human chromosomes.
Wait,
On
wait,
the
wait,
original.
wait. I'm confused.
Mhm.
Can you? Because I missed it. I had left the room and came back, and I missed it.
Okay,
What did
so
you?
I was saying that on this website it's called want to know dot info, and this is a article that someone did about the wing makers, and it was saying that it's that the information had been changed. It says the incredible story around the discovery of the physical site where the wing makers material was found also changed and gradually given a very different spin. The discovery date of the Lost Arrow site was changed from 1972 to 1996. Two additional philosophical writings were added to the original two, which were both given on one web page. And when I carefully compared the changed Wingmakers website with the original information I had copied, I discovered other most surprising and intriguing changes. So he done
Mm.
went and found all the changes that they done did, and he's showing you what the original said versus what they done changed it to. So he giving you the one up, so you don't even have to go research that for yourself. You already know when you go look in a document, it's really this instead of that. You know what I'm
We
saying? He
need
give you the
that.
411.
We need that. And I
Yeah,
remember when she was talking, I remember her saying that Dr. Neruda said that the Labyrinth group took the technology from the Arrowhead Project and began a smear campaign against to kind of throw and tie the NSA into it or something like that to tie. Did you guys remember hearing
yeah,
that part?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, so maybe I don't know. We'll maybe and not only that, because I just posted the transcript. She said, "Where's the transcript?" I found it. There it go.
Cool,
And so I don't
cool.
know if it's the original one though. So let me. I'm still looking, but I mean, at least
Mhm.
now we don't necessarily have to listen. We can just dig through the words and not have to listen
Yeah,
and let it. We can go at our own
yeah.
speed. But not only that, I do remember. So let me find the place in there to see if that is what you're talking about.
Hmm.
If it's the same spirit campaign, or maybe it's a further spirit smear. But I think I heard you say the point is that they're trying to throw us off.
Yeah, yeah. Because it says here, it says among the many significant changes, a 24th chamber was added to the 23 chambers. The number of
Mm.
human chromosomes. So the number of human chromosomes is 23. They added one more chamber. And then
Yeah,
it
it
says,
says it.
that's what they doing. You see what they doing? They going into the history and they doing what they do. They change it up a little bit to distract you so you can get, you know what I'm saying? So you can try to figure it out. It's like a clue. It's like a maze. Okay. It's like a riddle. I put this
Hmm.
out and I get you and you gotta try to what? You gotta solve the riddle. So they do this changing the history shit to throw you off so you can try to figure out the riddle.
Right, but hold on, pause. We're gonna figure it out real
Yeah.
quick because I'm in the PDF right now. They're saying the 24th chamber is a lie. Let
Mm-hmm.
me real quick run through this PDF and make sure we already know the answer. The optical disc was supposedly found in the 24th chamber. So
Mm-hmm.
I see why they would be mad that that information is coming out. So hold on, right? We're reading what's on the optical disc. They don't want us to know that.
Of course.
So hold on, the optical disc.
Mhm.
Hold on. As the story continues, the artifacts do not play a major role except for the artifacts do not play a major role in the story up to the time of creating this presentation, except for one artifact in particular. When the team arrives at the highest point of the spiral pathway, they encounter the last chamber, chamber 23. Aside from another wall painting, the artifact is entirely different from all the others. So wait a minute, the optical disc, what we're reading, is from chamber
Mhm.
23.
Yeah.
So he's saying they're making up chamber 24.
Yeah,
Now
they
hold
they
on.
done, they
What's
they've added a chamber 24 and it wasn't but 23 chambers.
mm, let me see what
So
they
they're
say in
kind
this
of like
PDF is
stretching the
in.
truth. Hmm.
I just want to see what they say is in chamber 24. In the
And
fourth
then
interview,
let me
In the
see.
fourth interview, Dr. Neruda reveals that a hidden 24th chamber was found. So we can find that in the fourth interview what Dr. Neruda has to say about the 24th chamber because he's saying they're making that shit up. And we need to
Yeah.
find out what is it, who are they lying on this shit, or is it some shit that they're trying to hide from us because it's too real, or
Yeah,
is
I
did they
think that's
really
what
make
they're
it up?
doing because listen, he's saying that they changed the star system. Like the information that they found in there, it says the distance to the star system of the cordium was changed it was changed from 15,000 light years on the old website to 15 million. So they instead of them telling the truth that how close that this was, they
Mm.
lied and made it seem like whatever that star system was really, 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 really far away. So you wouldn't believe that that could even be possible.
Um,
Yeah, but it's really a short distance, 15,000 light years.
Mm.
That's about where the sun is. Cause they lie and tell us that the sun is millions of miles away. Well, that sun is not no millions of miles away. It's no way we'll be able to see that sun out there, and it was millions of miles away. Your eyes can't even see millions of miles away on a 3D scale. You see what I'm saying? So they wordplay.
I think it's silly anyway.
Mhm.
Either way they're admitting time travel is possible,
Yep.
or
Well, you know
um
they know it don't have to make sense. You know, they'll just do it
Phew.
just to do
I'm like,
it.
who cares, nigga? Either way, nigga, you gotta have a spacecraft to travel that distance, nigga. Something wormhole, understanding of wormholes or vortexes, something, nigga. It's not like they saying that shit never happened. They're just saying, oh, it wasn't that far though, nigga. Shut up, shut up. Wait, that's hella funny to me. I'm like, wait a minute. They didn't dispute what was in chamber 23, which contained that CD we found. They found.
Oh, okay. So I see what they doing. What he's saying that they doing.
Okay.
He's saying that they trying to change it to accommodate the hierarchy, to make it look like the hierarchy is the one that Um, okay, so he's saying the story on the current Wingmakers website has taken on a hierarchical flavor. It talks of a superior central race of which the Wingmakers are supposedly a part of, a Lyrica's teaching order from this race, and of a mysterious grand portal leading to scientific proof of the soul. None of these concepts were part of or even mentioned on the original Wingmaker site. Yet the insertion of these key concepts was among the first changes made to the website in 2001. These concepts are quite different from the original Wingmakers writings, which were all about opening evermore to divine wisdom from within ourselves and about moving beyond the teacher and student ordering of the hierarchical paradigm to recognize the divine equality of all beings. So it's basically saying the way that they got it, the way that the changes that they made
Hmm.
it to accommodate the hierarchy so that you'll be wanting to be like the hierarchy where you'll always have a teacher student mindset instead of going where you're going to rise above the student and actually be a teacher yourself. You're going to be more than a teacher. You would be more like a priest or a how do you put it, a master. No,
Hmm.
the glow, the master. You got the glow.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You are the master. So they trying to take that part of it out and make it seem like it's supposed to be more of a hierarchical thing. So it'll still be under that you gotta worship God, or you gotta serve God, or you gotta serve the hierarchy, or you gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? They're keeping it on the division side where it's hierarchy instead of letting us understand that our goal is to rise above the hierarchy.
Yep. Yep.
So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to make it seem like you still gotta be up under a hierarchy when you're not, when you're a sovereign being. You're actually sovereign. We're actually spiritually sovereign, nigga. You know what that means? Shoot, we actually spiritually sovereign, and they trying to make us think that we actually are slaves. That is deep.
Let me tell y'all what I listened to last night when we ended the show. I went into the human preservation of the human race, the what? Preservation of the human race group, and they were discussing prophecies. They were like, prophecies for 2022, which y'all prophesied. So, and he was like, I'm gonna make a list of your prophecies, and we're gonna post a list, and if it would, if any of the prophecies come true, we'll know. So I was like, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Find out who the prophet is amongst us. You know what I mean? So that's what's up. I like that. Get organized. And so one of the people prophesying said something about a big, huge new age movement connected with the UN, and then he saw a future battle with this group against the Muslims. And so I'll say this. I say that to say this. I brought it up for this reason. Christianity and this genetic mind that a lot of people are under is kind of fading away. This whole Christianity genetic mind, but a greater one will replace it. And we've all been talking for a long time about the one world religion and the UN and all that. So I'm thinking, and then when we started looking into the New Age, we see that it has a lot of these spiritual practices we're talking about. Really, I don't have a problem with the UN anymore. With that one world religion in any. If that's a one world religion, I don't have a problem with it. The spirituality that we've been starting to practice along our journey, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Which is what when we were Christians, we had a problem with that. But now I'm
Yeah.
outside of Christianity. I'm like, yeah, let's join up under, this spirituality. We're witches, we're
Yeah.
Wiccan, we're this, we're that. We're practicing the ancient science, knowledge of energies
Mhm.
and you know what I mean. So that makes
Yeah.
sense. So that's growing. But you know what's the opposite of that? I mean, it made me think of the videos we did when we were Israelites about breaking down that beast and that the Antichrist and stuff. And in our conclusions,
Mhm.
or Babylon, even we were kind of we were led to the conclusion that this is talking about Islam, man. This is
Mhm.
really talking about Islam. And so I'm thinking to myself, we think the final battle is Christians and Muslims. But even
Yeah.
Albert Pike said that World War III would consist of the Muslims and the Christians fighting and then the destroying themselves.
Mhm.
So we're like, Christianity and Muslim is the last battle. But you know what? As you grow through Christ, you know what I'm saying? As you grow through
Mhm.
Christ, you see Christ is still in the middle of that new age spirituality. And that's because we read that Gospel of the Holy 12. We're reading about a Christ that's talking about energy and crystals. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So we're like, you know what? That's Christ too. I mean, that's getting you closer to that unconditional love thread that is
Yeah.
true and
Yeah.
is does go to the source. So as Christianity fades away, new age religion, that one world religion takes its place. But you know who ain't going for that one world religion? The Muslims. They're not
Yeah.
going for that. They're not gonna really
I
go
said
for
if it
that.
ain't gonna be girl, if it ain't gonna be 12 virgins, girl, they not going for
Right, you did say
it.
that. They the main ones that is not going for
Yeah.
this. They is
If they
not
not gonna
going.
be
So
able to,
there's the
they not
battle.
gonna be able to get them no little girls or with no virgin girls when they die, they don't even care.
There is no God but Allah, and it's like, listen,
Mhm.
Allah means arm, legs, head,
Head.
arm. You know what I'm saying? We
Mhm.
talking about,
Mhm. The body.
we talk, you know what I'm talking about? We talking about, and that's what a new age one world religion would say. When
Mhm.
we are in unity, we understand what Allah means,
Yeah.
but they are not going. They are going. So when this guy that you're talking about from this article you're reading right now is saying that it's like the hierarchy took over. No, it's the new hierarchy that's coming that's taking over. That they're
Yeah.
creating, the hierarchy is being created. The new hierarchy
Yeah.
is being created.
It's being created. And
You,
what I was saying is that what he not grasping is that the whole point of it is for you to figure out the test. Let them change the shit up. That's what they do. You are
mm-hmm.
supposed to be smarter than them anyway. That should even be nothing to you. You should be like, man, that ain't nothing. I'm gonna be able to know because guess what? Prime Creator gonna show me the way. That's the way we supposed to be maneuvering through this stuff. We supposed to go. It's like a video game. We're going through each level. When you go, you got to go slay the dragon sometime. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you're gonna be walking through the sun. The next time you might have to go fight the monsters. And then that's it's a journey. It's an experience. You're supposed to be experiencing and seeing how these experiences help you to grow. Seeing how this stuff is helping you to grow. If it's not helping you to grow, you ain't even supposed to be messing with it because you just gonna be wasting your time. No matter
Yeah.
what they throw
So
out, that's what they supposed to do. They supposed to throw it out there, and you supposed to not take the bait.
right.
Yeah, can't get mad at them. You can't get mad at them because they already are aware of what's going on. And
Mm.
if you didn't get it, that's because you was slipping. It wasn't because they deceived you or you just been misled. No, it's because you got caught slipping.
Hmm.
You really, that's really what it is. You got caught slipping. You
Hmm.
you went on top of your game. Got caught up in it. It's just like going to a business party. You go there and you know you there to conduct business, and it's for your job, so you can't just wow out like you would if you was around your home girls. So you gotta kind of what you gotta kind of reel it in a little bit. You gotta kind of reel it in. You gotta act a certain way. You can't go out there and just act cut up and just let loose. Now when you go with your home girls and y'all go out, you can go act loose. These tests and stuff, this changing up this and changing up that, that's the difference between those two. You got to decide which one you gonna do, and when do that fit what circumstance that you're in at this time. Because we got to take this through our whole life. We got to do this through our whole journey. So at the end of the day, I agree with you. The Muslims not gonna go with that. No. Especially because that means treating a woman with equality, and that right there, that dog is
Exactly.
definitely not gonna hunt.
See, because they're the ones that are being the most oppressive to women. And so if we're saying that we're talking about rising in vibration, we're talking about the matriarch coming back and getting back into contact with the feminine energy, loving the feminine energy. These people are treating these women over there completely opposite of that.
Exactly,
So yeah, they
exactly.
not going. Hey, it's not going. Now that's the battle. Well, the Christian battle failed. You see, Joe Biden pulled up out of Afghanistan and the Taliban took over and all that. Them Christians don't want that smoke.
No, they don't.
They don't want that smoke for real. They've been doing it all this time and they can't win. They ain't never took over the Muslims. Christians ain't never took over the Middle East. It's more Muslims on the earth than it is Christians.
Exactly. And that's a lot of them over here.
So, so the fight, we're just saying that it ain't gonna be Christians and Muslims, no, because Christians don't want that smoke. Christians aren't strong enough for this fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Christians can't really stand on that square because Christians, I'm not trying to be offensive or judging. I'm just saying you're gonna have to go grow more up out of that Christianity to be able to stand up on your square for this fight because you're not gonna be able to do it as a Christian. You're too double-minded and unstable in all your ways. You're hypocritical and you really just you kind of lost in a mix of confusion. You know, so
Yep. We
and
definitely
it's
gonna have to get
built
our
like
vibration
that.
a little higher.
It's built like that. But if we talking about a battle
Hmm.
where it's completely divided. Listen, you're gonna have them people of New Age, one world religion people, where we're understanding the single thread of love. You know what I'm saying? And then you're gonna have them Muslims that really their hearts and the things they're saying and doing shows you that they're really operating in hate. So there's your
Yep.
polarity. There's your polarity. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because this
think that's it.
vaccinated, unvaccinated stuff is not gonna do it. That ain't gonna start the war.
Mm-mm. Christians are
Mm-mm.
divided with the
Yeah.
vaccine. So that's how you know that
Yeah.
Christian genetic mind is falling apart. It can't stand,
Mm-hmm.
but a new one is
They can't.
replacing it. A new one's replacing it, and people like you and me, all of us here, is the. It already said in the paper though. We're the designers of the new genetic mind. This is the new
Mm-hmm.
genetic mind. It's not that
Yep.
Christianity is this more new agey one world religion. We all need to unite under this ancient science of energy, kundalini,
Yep.
wholeness, vibration. That's what and as Christians we were scared of that. We were calling that the beast. No,
Yes.
no, that's not the beast. The beast is the Muslims. They're the beast. Look at them. You know what I'm talking about? And
Yeah.
I'm really happy about this. Chris, please let me know you hear me. Cause I mean that just what? And I'm just excited about that. Cause we've been saying that for a long time. You know? On the record, we've said that for a long time. And you know what? As we keep going, the things we said are turning out to be true. I like the feeling of that. I like knowing that.
I do too. No, she really not crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everybody want to claim you are. And the other thing about it is to know that that when you make these moves you making, that's the prime creator operating through you. So it's like
Exactly.
that's
I
deep.
feel
That's
special.
deep.
I
Nigga, I'm
feel
a whole
great.
avatar down here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Mm, mm, mm.
Well, all I know is prime creator and dope. He got a lot of good taste, baby. To pick one look like me.
Hmm. My God.
He got some good taste. I appreciate you picking his body, prime creator. Thank you.
This is so cool. This is so cool. We got them articles. I posted the complete interview of Neruda, the transcript. Let me find the original. She said, well, let me get the original copy. Hell, let's see if we can get a better copy of this. So, Dr. Neruda, original transcripts. Yeah, we need to find about these different sites.
Yes, we do. But you know what's funny? When you go online and you type in uh let me see, I think it was doggone. Did I type in? Let me see. Let me go back. Let's see.
Mm. You like that link, Sakali? Or should I put another one up? Because I see one from that Biblio, uh, Apple,
Let's
Biblioteca,
see.
Pleiades, bibliotecapleiades.net site. I've read a lot of, I
Okay,
trust that
what did
site.
what did you ask me, please? I'm sorry, I had to
I
walk back
said,
to my
are
phone.
you, I said, are you cool with that link up there, or do you want me to find another one?
The complete Neruda interview. Oh, okay. Let me see.
Yeah, you wanted the transcript. I don't know if we're gonna.
Yeah,
I want to get the original transcript, but
yeah. It came up for me.
So what I was saying is if you go online, you type in doggone tribe, like their sites,
mhm.
just look at all of the photos of what their actual village, town, whatever you want, where they actually look at. If you go and you look at it, that is deep. It kind of
Doggone.
reminds you of the Arrowhead site.
Yeah.
Like let me see if I can snap a picture of this. That way you can see where I'm. Because I don't know if it's. Let me see.
Yes, I'm looking at some of the petroglyphs. Yeah, they do look like the same.
They look like the same structure, don't they?
Hmm.
If you just go in there and type it in, and then go to images and just look through their site, you can not necessarily the site that you go on, but what their where they live looks like. It looks just like that Arrowhead site. It's just a little bit differently. Just a little slight difference, but not too much.
Hmm.
Uh, let me see. Let's see. But I sent it to your one of the ones I was talking about, so y'all can kind of see it. And like,
Hmm.
and then if you look at this one have like writings and stuff on there, what they on the wall. So they'd had writings on the wall and stuff like like the like in Kemet.
Okay, I'm gonna change my profile picture to the pic that Asha just sent me of the Dogon's village, and she's like, just look at the architecture, look at the similarities. So you could click on my profile picture and click on my photo now. You'll see the picture of the Dogon archaeology. I see that masonry work.
Yeah, look at this.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. And then pull up some from Chaco Canyon. So we'll show the visuals on that too.
So I just showed you like what they stick figures and artifacts look like, and then I'm gonna go to that one where they to this site where it had the stuff for the Chaco Canyon. Let me see.
Okay. Now I'm going to post a picture of the Dogon's petroglyphs. So you can note the similarities between the petroglyphs in the village of the Dogons in West Africa and the petroglyphs in the Chaco Canyons by the Anasazi Indians. But we already got on Google yesterday and we Googled Anasazi, Dogons, and we saw that there are complete links to the Anasazi Indians from the Dogons. Well, the Dogons came over here, is what's being said. So they're the same people. They
Mm-hmm.
came over I don't know, they came over. So you click on my on my, what do they call it? I don't know. But you click on my profile picture, you'll see some of their petroglyphs now. Let me see. And we got another one that is going to show us the dwellings that they carved out of the rocks or that they have in the rocks in West Africa, in the Dogon villages there. So we're going to be able to compare their cliff dwellings with the cliff dwellings of the what is it, girl?
Cha- the Chaco Canyon.
I, yeah, I was thinking Anasazi Indians.
hmm
Um, in Chaco Canyon. Yes, compare the cliff dwelling houses or huts that they have because we're comparing the archaeology. We're comparing the way they build. The
Yep.
Dogons built the same way that the Anasazi built their dwellings.
Yep.
So we're just
That's
like,
very.
this is interesting. These are the same people. They have the same practices. They build the same. They draw the same. I mean, like, is this how much of a coincidence? This ain't no coincidence. I mean, what are the odds?
What
You
are
know
the
what I mean? Like,
odds?
let's be
Yeah.
serious. What are the odds? And their buildings being linked up astrologically. Um, I put the new picture up there of the cliff dwellings. But yeah, the knowledge of ancient science. They had the spirals. You remember all the spirals they had
hmm
in their drawings and stuff. Um, I think they even said there were written inscriptions in Chaco Canyon that were in the language of the Dogons, in their same language, or the language of Yeah, the Dogons. It was like the same language, I guess. Or let me get it right. It was because Mali, now the territory has been expanded. So we already know that's part of it anyway, because they're redrawing lines and stuff. So Mali now includes the territory that the Dogons lived in. And so now when you sit there and say, well, the inscriptions at Chaka Canyon are written in the Mali language, you won't really have that connection to the Dogons. You'll have to go through a layer to really be able to. You'll have to realize that they call it the Malian language now because Mali now includes the territory that the Dogons lived in. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to go through another layer of being able to link
Yeah, I get
the
you.
Anasazi. Yeah, you have to go through another layer before you'll be able to reach closer to the truth. The Anasazi has inscriptions there of the Dogon language, not the Mali language. You see,
Yeah,
they don't want you to know
they play
that.
them that
We're
word game.
Dogons in New Mexico. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm putting up another picture, and this picture is the Anasazi. So now, like we said, now we can see the differences. I mean, see the similarities. So there is a picture in my profile picture now, or whatever it's called on here, PT something. There it is. So, you know, the things I've read in that glossary from what the Wingmakers were saying is just like, you know what? This is definitely high. This is an upgrade. So I can't be mad at the Wingmakers. In fact, I'm glad.
Yeah. If they go look, if they gonna handle businesses, let them go and handle it. Make people start being accountable for themselves. It sounds like a good thing to me.
Hmm. So did you guys want to get back to listening to that interview, or now we have the transcript so we can read it in our own time? And because we were discussing what she was saying, we really haven't even listened to what Dr. Neruda said just yet. She was saying that, okay, the ACIO takes these weapons and they water them down or reverse engineer them and sell them to the military contracts. They sell them to private people. So yes, this sounds about right. You know, we see that in our movies all the time. Um, what else did she say, guys? She was explaining the interworkings. She was saying that there's the NSA and then there's a secret group made up of NSA members, but they're secretly ganging up together um, outside of the NSA, and their leader is a person named 15. And the reason they're broken off from the NSA is because they they're like an inner group, and that's because I can't remember the reason why he said it, but ACIO is made up of people that work for the NSA, but it's a secret organization within the NSA that even the NSA doesn't know about. And then he said they went even further and made another splintered group, splintered off from the ACIO members who are also NSA members, but now they're calling themselves the Labyrinth Group. And he said this is
Mm.
because this is, and 15 is the leader of this group too, they said. She said. He said, she said, he said. And the reason why he said is because 15 feels like the NSA is not taking seriously the urgent need to create a time traveling invention. And they're saying he is so focused on making this time traveling invention, and they really feel like they're the only hopes to create one because this is a core group of very, physicists and very intelligent people. They feel like and they have money and they have resources. So they feel like they're the only people in position on Earth to even come up with this time travel thing, and they feel like it's very urgent because of the need to ward off a future alien invasion by a group or race of aliens that are more technologically advanced than we are and don't like us. They got some beef with us, and they could come and kill us and blow up the planet or some shit. And so he's like, NSA is not taking this shit seriously, and we need to do so. We need to get on this. So he's fixated on that. So and he's explaining that's why he defected, because he doesn't feel like if he doesn't feel like with this information, 15 would release it to the public, because he has a whole nother goal. He says his goal isn't, bad. It's not like he has evil intentions. He's just really fixated on getting everything he can together to build a time travel machine to to ward off a future threat and a future invasion of some evil ass alien race that hates us. You know? Okay. All right. All right. Is that what he said? Is that what y'all heard? Oh, I need a new lighter. Yep. That's what it was said. So that's why he defected. And he said they had basically one of the Men in Black things where they could zap your mind and take out a memory. So he didn't want them to pull that stick up on him. He was like, "No, I want my memories." That's what he said. I believe it. I believe they got that kind of technology. You know.
And that's what I thought of too when he said that. I was like, that's like the Men in Black. They're gonna erase his memory like the Men in Black. That was crazy. And he said he wanted to
Hmm.
get it off before they do. Poor guy.
Right. He feels like this message needs to go out.
Mhm.
He said he read it and he became a sympathizer. He was like, you know what? I like this actually. And then she said, while listening to him explain things, she became a sympathizer. She likes it too. Yes. And this is how we got it. Now it's in our hands, and we became sympathizers. So that's how it works. You know, that's how it works. And what else was said? He was trained up in the ACIO from a young age. His tutors were ACIO, and then we internship with the ACIO. His whole life is basically being ACIO. And yeah, okay, that's what's up.
What tripped me out is when he said he didn't know he doesn't have a recollection of a mother. So I'm like, was he genetically made, or was he,
No,
Because
she said he said that his mom died when he was 2 of breast cancer, so he
oh,
doesn't
okay, I
he
thought he
can't
said that.
remember.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Hmm.
I thought he said he didn't know where his, he
Hmm.
don't remember a mother.
Yeah, yeah. So he was raised by his dad, and his dad basically, I guess, worked for the NSA or something like that. So he's been down, because the ACIO is an inner group of the NSA. So basically, his stepfather worked for the NSA, but his stepfather joined with 15 in the ACI group, which is an inner circle of the NSA. So he's been basically in the NSA and ACIO his whole life, is basically what he's saying. And, you know, I could see that. Said he was very intelligent. I liked what he was saying about fluid intelligence. He was saying to be able to to be able to time travel, you have to have fluid intelligence. I guess at first when he was describing it, I was thinking to myself, you have to be able to make snap decisions really fast. You know how they say with people, fighters and pilots and stuff, they got to be able to make decisions quick. They're also dealing with wind instruments and stuff, so they're dealing with currents, strong wind currents. So they have to be able to make because since they go so fast, they have to be able to. It's not enough to be smart. You have to be smart and have fast reflexes and be ready to make impulse decisions quick. So that's what I thought when he said fluid intelligence, and maybe that is what he's saying. But he's saying you need that to be able to um, time travel. And I'm just thinking, we all know nerdy kids that are clumsy and stuff. It's not enough to be intelligent, is what he's saying. You need fluid intelligence. Cool. That's what's up. So he says 15 is very focused on his plans to build a time machine. So he didn't think 15 was going to give up that or allow the public and the scientific community to examine the contents of this time capsule, this technology and stuff, because he's using this stuff to reverse engineer. Or he's trying to make a time machine to go back in time to stop the aliens from even thinking about going towards the Milky Way and stumbling across planet Earth in the first place. He wants to
I
build
look,
time to go way back in time before the aliens even think about maybe there's somewhere we can scavenge in the Milky Way. Can y'all dig it?
I looked up, I googled what fluid intelligence meant,
Hmm.
and it says fluid intelligence is the ability to solve novel reasoning problems and is correlated with a number of important skills such as comprehension, problem solving, and learning.
You gotta
So
be
it's
quick
the
on your
ability to
toes.
solve, like have reasoning problems and comprehension problems. Okay.
So you gotta be quick on your toes, basically.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can understand that. It makes sense. You know, I can understand 15's plight. That's what he believes. It'll make well. Also, he was saying that he feared them. He feared since he defected, he's feared that they would use their remote viewing technology. So you see,
Yeah,
he
and
sees.
really gonna be a mess.
They can remote view. So and that I could believe that. So 15 with their remote viewing technology that they probably got from the good aliens that they're fucking with. They have some remote viewing technology, and which probably gives a limited view of the future. Who knows how far in the future? But he is set. He believes firmly that there is an alien race that is going to come, and nobody can stop it but their group because they're the smartest and have the best resources to be able to do it. And something has to be done now, immediately. Nobody else will be able to organize and get all the resources together before they already have it. So he really believes they're the only people that can. If anybody could come up with a solution, they can, and it's gonna have to lie in time travel because they're gonna have to go back in time to stop them aliens from even thinking about going to the
Thinking
Milky
about
Way.
even going that
Yeah,
direction.
you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
I understand his plight. I get it. I get you,
yeah.
15. You know what I'm saying. I feel you. So he's just saying he had to defect because 15 isn't going to let us see this stuff. 15 is trying to stop these aliens from coming. So he said he just had to. He had to defect. He had to bring it out. I can dig it. hmm I can dig it. So that's some of the backstory. It's not what Naruto was saying just yet, but I mean like the interviews and stuff. But that's leading up to the interviews.
Hmm. It makes me want to go watch the cartoon Naruto now because I feel like there's a connection there.
Ooh, there's a cartoon called Naruto.
Called Naruto.
What? What? Shut your mouth.
Anime. Yes,
Girl.
anime.
Anime. Hmm. Naruto. Yeah, I see it. Naruto. But the T and the D is exchangeable, as we learned.
Yeah. And do you see what Naruto does?
Mm-mm.
It says Naruto is a Japanese manga series written and illustrated by Masashi Kishimoto. It tells the story of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja who seeks recognition from his peers and dreams of becoming the Hokage, the leader of his village. And it just so happens
Yep.
that he got spiral hieroglyphs on his little bandana.
It just so happened, huh?
It just so happens.
It just so what a coincidence.
Yeah, it just so happens.
Hmm. Interesting, y'all.
Hmm.
So what y'all think? Should we wrap up the preliminary examination and make a decision on whether or not we're
Yeah,
going to pursue this case? Should we just go ahead
I,
and vote?
I think we need to vote.
Let's go ahead and vote, y'all.
I think.
All right. I don't know. Sakali, can you talk? Chris, can you
Yeah,
get off the
I
mute
can
to
talk.
throw in your vote?
I say let's do it. I ain't never scared. Let's do it. I want to know the truth.
Hey.
You know what I mean? We are
Hey.
investigators, and this is probably our purpose as to why we're here to figure this out. So yeah, I say let's do it.
Great.
I just tried to look up a book, see if there was any books written about this, and there is a Wingmaker book, and that book is $80. I want to get it. I'm debating if I'm gonna get it or
Mm.
not, but it's $80, and it
$80.
looks like it's
Send me the name of it. I'm gonna see if it's at this half price bookstore that's down the street from me.
But then
hold on, let
also
me see.
remember that in the time capsule, it came with a novel. It says the time capsule contents included music, poetry. There was a novel.
Yeah, it
There
was
was
novel.
philosophical
Yeah.
writings, and there was
Hmm.
multimedia pictures and stuff, images of the petroglyphs and
I'm
art
about to
and
send
stuff.
it. I'm about to send it to you, Asha,
Okay.
in your
Thank you, ma'am.
messenger. The
Okay,
screenshot of
Yeah,
it.
I'm
Chris,
gonna
what
go
you
to
think?
half price books and see.
Chris,
Okay.
should the meddling kids pursue the case of the Wingmakers?
But there's a volume one and a volume two for this book.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hmm. It shows Chris off the mic, but nobody can hear anything Chris is saying if she's speaking. So I don't
You
know.
probably have to go out and come back in because mine had kind of like froze up and it kicked me out and I had to go back in it. So I had to
Hmm.
close it out and
Well,
go
my
back in.
vote. Oh, okay.
There
Hello.
she go. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm all for it. Y'all know I love research and critical thinking, so that's right on my alley.
Yes. This is exciting. What say ye, Asha?
I say yay. Yay.
Yay. And I
Wherefore art
say
thou,
yay
y'all?
too. I say yay too. Look like the meddling kids got another case, y'all.
Yeah.
Jinkies.
Hmm.
Jinkies. Jinkies song, you know how the
Yes,
girl
I do think we should.
on God, I can't even think of the cartoon now.
Who?
What's the name of the cartoon, y'all, with the meddling kids?
Scooby Doo.
Up.
Zoinks! Zoinks!
Remember when they found something, the girl would be like, Jinkies, the one with the glasses on, every time they figure something out.
Yeah, Velma.
Velma, there you go. I can't remember none of them names. I ain't watched it in so long.
Yeah, that's Sister Fee. I already told her she Velma.
She Velma.
Chris Dashed in. I guess I'm Shaggy.
I guess I'm Scooby. Bird? Looking at it.
That's all right.
Yeah,
Hey,
I guess
hey,
I'm Shaggy. I'll be Shaggy.
hey,
But I ain't
I'll
gonna
be
listen.
be
Scooby.
scary though, y'all. I ain't scary though. Don't get it twisted.
But
Right.
hold on,
I'm gonna
ain't
be the
this a
one
trip?
talking to the ghost and don't know I'm talking to the ghost.
But But yo, listen, Shaggy is a dog. Ain't we talking about them
Yep.
doggone
Nah,
wingmakers?
Scooby is.
Them
Yep.
doggone wingmakers.
Doggone. Yep.
Yes.
Bruh.
Yes.
I'm with it. I just think that I hope you can find that book for cheaper. Um, if not, then I'll just go ahead and order it from Amazon for the $80. 'Cause we need that book. It looks thick, and there's 2 volumes to it, so I think it'll be worth us investing in there, investing in the book.
Hmm. Well, this is very interesting. This is very intriguing. There's so much that goes with this topic. Um, like I said, the contents of the time capsule that we're talking about in New Mexico, um, it tells us what the contents are in the PDF. I have yet to really go to the Wingmakers websites and stuff like that. I think I was Googling it 2 days ago, and I got about 4 Wingmaker tabs open on my computer. So, because I'm just trying to see what the contents are, you know what I'm saying? I was just trying to preview the contents, but I still haven't dug deep enough. So, and I'm very curious, like we said, about these other sites because they claim that they've been found, and I want to know. And they're claiming there's a theme for each site, and I want to know the contents of each site. I want to know exactly where it's at, so we can do our independent research. And I want to know what the contents are. I mean, all this is shrouded in mystery, but that's why we've taken the case because we are crack researchers, master researchers. And if anybody can do it, I have faith that we can. You know? So we need to find these other capsules. And we want to dig into just what was found at this first one that we're currently investigating. Let me jump on Dogon, DuckDuckGo. Let me jump on DuckDuckGo and do some investigating on trying to find these other time capsules. I need to find that. And then, of course, separate from what the Wingmakers are saying, I want to look into the ACIO, you know, just because.
I do
I
too.
really think this is the information that Brett Carr has. He just didn't articulate it, or maybe he got too many downloads that he couldn't. But it just sounds so similar to what he's been saying when in these last videos he did. Um,
This funny
about
that
the
you
site.
said that.
I'm sorry.
It's funny you said that because I thought about him earlier and how he was telling us to listen to R&B and love songs because that's a
Mhm.
vibration that we need to be tuning into. Remember that, Asha? He
I
keeps
do.
saying y'all need to be listening to them love songs, them R&B
Yep.
love
Atlantic Star
songs.
all the time. He was always talking about Atlantic Star
Hmm.
and listening to stuff like that. But I do that all the time. I'm always on that. That's
Me
what I do. When
too.
I'm here by my house, I'm gonna be on me some. I'm gonna have me some Atlantic Star. I'm gonna have me some Zap, some Roger and Zap going, or some Confunction, or some Lakeside, or the Stylistics. I'm gonna have something going on.
Yeah, me too. But he was on to something. He was right
Yeah,
in
they
what he
keep
was
you on the
saying.
love
That's what he was.
frequency. That's what he basically saying. And think about it. That's why they took away the vinyl albums because that melanin in there was healing people through love and frequencies, man. And in the needle
Wow.
too with the carbon. Oh my gosh.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I'm with sis. It's like this is our destiny. Like we're supposed to be doing this.
Yep.
You know? Mm. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I see that Joan Ocean site. Let me click on that. And I see above topsecret.com is
Hey,
top.
and not to cut out stuff, but I wanted to I want to say, hold on.
Similar chambers and amphitheaters inside
Okay.
mountains have been located in Tibet, Iraq, and the Sphinx. Hmm. Go ahead, I'm listening, sis.
Nothing. I was just gonna say that I don't know if y'all heard it, but you know that Betty White passed away, and she
Yeah.
was almost 100 years old. So you know that's got something to do with what's going on with the times, because she's like a what you would consider a matriarch of the Hollywood industry. Think about that.
Mm, dang.
You say what? I had stepped out. You say what?
Betty White from the Golden Girls. You know, she passed away. She was almost like 100 years old. You know, she's like a matriarch of the industry.
Yeah, she passed it. She was 100. She just made 100 like some days ago,
See, and
and then
then
she
she
passed
passed it
away.
right before the new year come in.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. Because I didn't even know. We have a People magazine with her on the cover, and this customer of mine, she came up and she was like, "Oh my God!" She was like, "We were just talking about her, and we just found out that she died, and then we come in here and she's on the cover of People because she just celebrated her 100th birthday." I was like, "She
Yeah.
died?" Like, yeah. I was like, "Good grief!"
The reason I'm
Like,
bringing it up is because you know the number one and the number zero. That was a symbolic. That's the beginning and
Uh,
like the end in a sense, because you know what I'm saying? Because really, zero is like the first number, but they tell you the first number is one. So in a sense, it's like the beginning and the end. And
yeah,
it's
we can
also the
use this
numbers that
site.
are set on computers, as well as when you looked at the movie The Matrix, you've seen a lot of what ones and zeros. It's a
Yeah,
reset. That's basically what they telling us. It's a reset, baby. Like you gonna get it ready to
yeah,
reset it.
yes. Meaning a new genetic mind too.
Mm-hmm.
All that comes along with a new reset, a new genetic mind, probably new history books. Yeah, I posted that link up um,
well,
from the
reset
Joan.
this motherfucker, please. Please
Huh?
reset it. I said, well, reset this mug, please. Please reset it. We need to reset
Please
it.
reset.
For real.
So sick of this shit. This is amazing. Yeah, I think we can get some information from that Joan Ocean website. We could start Googling keywords because she said, when I'm scrolling on this site, she says Romania, another time capsule there. In the summer of 2003, in an unexplored area of the Busegi Mountains in Romania, an archaeological team from the top secret section of the Romanian Intelligence Service made a discovery that could change life as we know it on Earth. The Romanian government was about to reveal this site to the world, but they were stopped by the American government. So here's another time capsule. Let's Google Busegi Mountains. And let me think of the keywords we want to ask Google and DuckDuckGo because we want to zoom in on this archaeological site, but they're not telling us the name of it. But we know some keywords. Let's type in monolith. Let's type in Busegi Busegi Mountains, comma, I want to say monolith, but we also want to type in because what do we know about these sites? They're astrologically lined up. They're lined up astrologically. So what could we type in? That's why I said monolith because these monoliths are lined up astrologically. I want to know the name of this archaeological site. Let's just type in Busegi Mountains, comma
Type
archaeological
in
site.
type in maybe archaeological sites that are on the 33-degree line.
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm gonna type in
Ooh.
Busegi Mountain, comma archaeology site because we want to zoom in on the name, and then when we get the name, we can just Google the name and gather information on what was found there. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Busegi Mountains. What? Why is it saying Busegi Mountain Sphinx on Google as a suggested key search word. Buseji Mountains Sphinx.
Yep, and these same Chaco canyons are tied to the Sphinx. They said they found something there similar that looks kind of like the Sphinx.
Okay, I'm gonna do Bujeju Mountain Sphinx archaeology find. Maybe. Let's see. We're gonna zoom in on this shit, nigga. We're gonna narrow in. The Mystery of Egypt, the first tunnel, Transylvania. Okay, because Transylvania is in Romania, people. We got it.
And yep, and guess what else is in Transylvania? The what? The vampires.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Exactly. Here you get the stories of vampires. You got the stories of vampires. You got Transylvania, right? And right in the mix of this, you got a capsule from the Wingmakers. Yes, ma'am. We're on the hunt. November 18, 2015. Somebody on Reddit asked, "Is there any truth as to the findings in the Buseji Mountains in Romania? I.e., I don't know. Let me click on it. Hold on. What are you asking? Tell me. I.e., the Hall of Records, Buseji Sphinx, the Hall of Records, eh? Is that what they're calling it? Uh-oh. Let me see what the peoples are saying. See, that's what I said. That's why I said, that's why the Wingmaker said that with the advent of this technology, what do we call it? What are we calling it? Something mind, genetic mind will fall apart because of the global culture emerging. Very fast we can find this information. And then everybody's chiming in on what they know. So we can very quickly, the AI can very quickly come up with what the information, because we're all on this global internet, all talking. Language is not a barrier no more. And so, boom, I got a whole bunch of people commenting, and the first person is over here like, not in the slightest. I bet. So, of course, that's what they're going to do is jump on there and try to dissuade you. But I'm going to read what he says because I just want the name of the place. But they already told me Hall of Records. Let's Google Hall of Records in Romania. He's saying something about giants. So, come on. I'm going to read it. Most pseudo archae, this is him. He called himself Commander Coco, Commodore Commodore, Coco. So he says, not in the slightest. The rumors aren't true. No, walk away. Most pseudo archaeological sites like this is built on misinterpreting evidences, selectively borrowing from inappropriate sources, etc. There will be certain pieces of evidence that champion the cause, something that might inspire non believers to finally see the truth. There's nothing like that here. So that's why it's hard to explain just how hoaxy these findings are, quote unquote findings are. In most other write ups on similar things, I've taken time to lay out the evidence. I'm claiming to be a historian, y'all. Here's a genetic hierarchy. He wants to cast the limits of this hierarchy. Don't believe that shit. We already gave y'all history. Stick with the history we gave y'all. Nigga. He says he's a historian. He says in most other write-ups on similar things, I've taken the time to lay out the evidence presented and explain why people think it works, and then debunk the debunkables. That's not possible here. The largest articles on the Baseji finds contain zero evidence for the finds. There are no photographs and no recovered artifacts, nothing beyond some dude describing what he saw and some drawings. There's a few sites that connect a host of other theories to the Hall of Records. See, that's what they call that place in Romania, the Hall of Records, including giant skeletons and literally anything else to do with Romania.
Kind of reminds you of the Akashic records, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Or the Great
And he
Library.
did it. So he said, "Trust me, good archaeology isn't exactly swimming in press notices. When we find cool things, we make sure people know. That's how you get things like research funding and don't have to rely on writing countless books to keep studying. It's really hard to say how Cinemar and company are wrong because they're not making any evidence-based claims. Also, keep in mind just how well such a find fits into modern sensibilities, buttons, holograms, scientific field divisions in the knowledge preserved, new age mind energy, etc. Archaeologists are hesitant to make claims about things we don't understand from 600 years ago, that we should so easily comprehend something so foreign as this Hall of Records claims to be is outrageous." Somebody said, "Thank you for such a thorough answer. I figured as much. In your opinion, how much of our ancient history is edited?" The historian guy came back and said, "Edited by whom?" And that's all he had to say. This was 6 years ago. So you see?
Wow.
You see it? I see it. I see the historian trying to keep us in the bounds of their genetic mind.
Up under their
Uh,
egregore.
straight up. Mm-mm. So the dude said, "Well, how much, in your opinion, how much of our ancient history is edited?" Right? Shots fired, nigga. Shots fired, right? Like Brother Zach say.
That was an
And
Uzi.
this dude comes back and said, "Edited by whom?" Hmm. Mm-hmm. That's all he willing to give up.
If I tell you, I gotta kill you.
So now I'm Googling Buseji Mountains, Hall of Records. Yes. Mm-hmm. Hall of Records. Let's see what comes up. The Romanian Holographic Hall of Records. Hmm. Holograph. Hmm. The Romanian Holographic Hall of Records, 2012. 2012. I'm just scrolling through Google. I'm finna pull up DuckDuckGo, see what they say on there. Uncover the, and this is Britannica.com. Uncover the mystery of the Hall of Records below the Great Sphinx. But see, they don't want to let you know. But the Sphinx is in, there's a Sphinx in the Buseji Mountains in Romania. Wordplay, huh? Yes. There's more than one Sphinx, by the way. Anybody listening, for the people in the back? There's not just one Sphinx. There's one in Romania too.
Yeah,
Just
and
so
it's
y'all
another
know.
one over here too. It's another one over here.
Now that is cray cray, because they only focus on the one in Egypt.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't even know where to start. I'm just scrolling down Google. Yes, but that website will come in handy for us locating the other 7. I can see it now. So we'll get to the other 7. Mysteries of the Busechi Mountain. What do we have here? Discover.hubpages.com. The title of it is Synchronicity, Giza Plateau, Buseji Mountains of Romania, the Ra Confederacy, and what? It says and I can't see the rest. Hold on. Synchronicity. We're syncing up. Synchronicity, the Giza Plateau, Buseji Mountains of Romania, the Raw Confederacy, and Thoth the Atlantean. Oh, Enoch, aka Enoch, aka Hermes. Yes. Synchronicity and the Halls of Amanetti. Let's see.
AKA
AKA Thoth. Yep. AKA Metatron, right? Mm, yeah. Let me see. Let's just scroll. Let's just scroll down to the Viseji Mountains part. See what you're talking about. Mm, Giza Plateau. Ark of the Covenant. Ark of the Covenant. Emerald tablets. South America was where the emerald tablets were, and the Mayans were in South America. The sphere of Amenti, the sphere of Amenti, raw material, the law of one. Didn't I tell you the law of one? See, that's
Yeah.
something else. You see, and that's something else we got to read. So I forgot we was reading that
And
too.
the halls of Amenti is
The halls
where
of Amenti.
Thoth, that's where he learned how to astral travel, and it's also where he actually learned how to master death. He stated that that's what we all had to do going down into the halls of Amenti.
Mm, mm, mm. Okay, the first two books in the series the book is called Transylvania Sunrise, and the second book is called Transylvania Moonrise. Are two very important books according to this article. These are two very important must-read books that describe the events leading up to the joint American/Romanian expedition down the first tunnel down the first tunnel leading to the Giza Plateau and the holographic chamber of records. The first book, Mystery of Egypt, The First Tunnel, describes the joint Romanian American mission to travel through projected energy tunnel from the holographic chamber under the Busegi Mountains to a similar chamber under the Giza Plateau and the discoveries made there. The mission was able to retrieve hundreds of holographic projection discs, which presumably contain a plethora of ancient information and technical data. Ooh, yes. It says the first book, I'm going to read it again. The first book, called Mystery of Egypt, semicolon, the first tunnel, describes the joint Romanian/American mission to travel through projected energy tunnel from the holographic chamber under the Busegi Mountains to a similar chamber under the Giza Plateau. The only reason we're talking about this is because the Wingmakers have a capsule that's found here too. A time capsule found here too in the Busegi Mountains. And apparently, in the same place is a holographic chamber that's similar to the chamber under the Giza Plateau. Boom. They said the mission was able to retrieve hundreds of holographic projection discs, which presumably contain a plethora of ancient information and technical data. What I want to make clear in this section of this article, Synchronicity, Giza Plateau, Busegi Mountains of Romania, the Raw Confederacy, and Thoth and the Emerald Tablets, is that the so-called Hall of Records has been found, but just not publicly announced. Since these books are written in a fictional format and are not very popular, the idea is that no one will take them seriously, and so the secret will remain buried. Got it? Hold on. 14th colony. You heard it. 1-4. 14th colony. An interesting side note that isn't well known due to the censorship through the United States mainstream educational system is that Transylvania was actually a 14th colony proposed in the 1770s in early colonized America in the region of what is now Kentucky and Tennessee. Pew, 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 pew. Just so y'all know, that's what they say on this webpage. Yes. I will explore that topic in an upcoming article about the origins of an ancient blue race of humans that has been censored from our historical records. It's amazing how you could stumble on all kind of information on Google, huh? There's all kind of information on Google, huh, y'all? Yes. Yes, ma'am. You heard it. Transylvania was proposed to be a 14th colony by people in Kansas and Tennessee back in the 1770s. Yep, that's what they said. They said it. Edgar Casey is tied to this somehow, some way. I don't know why, but there you have it. I'm on the same article. Hold on, let me give y'all this article. Y'all can read this for yourselves. I'm talking about. You can see.
Y'all still there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm still here.
Somebody better say something because I'll put on some music. Y'all know me.
Go on and play some of them tracks I sent to you.
Okay, I'm on it. I'm gonna roll me a joint too, because that's something else I like to do. hmm Let me see. Okay, click on this. Okay, I ain't gonna do all that. I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm on it, guys. I'm on it. We're in there. We're gonna pull up the YouTubes. I typed YouTubes. Quit playing. It's YouTube. I'm gonna pull up the YouTubes.
consciousness. You have now ascended to your divine path. Feels good, right? Back to originality. Now, I am a see that it's different up here. Inhale. Exhale. As never-ending electromagnetic energy direct from the source, you now must decide what your role in the community is. You can join us, or you can allow the parasites inside of you to decompose your vessel. What's the matter? It's the exchange. Now, along the bell, all it can before itself is drunk. Because they recognize me, paralyzed, and taught this likeness is to see. So when that science don't agree, they'll be bleeding, burning, glitching, turning, capabilities and knowledge of your trees, and wisdom from your roots. Shooting at the soles of your feet, shooting stars, stagnate, souls on their reach to salvation, hatred for a nation, daily contemplation. Captive concentration, dark cause of holocaust, normalized illusion, fraudulent libations, see they pour one time, two time, three with their right, title, they left, rhinestones and they best, white bones at your chest, homegrown, so you know you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Better protect yourself. Take me to the moon. All my enemies fake, they don't fuck you too. If they try to penetrate my crew, shout out features and rap cool. Fuck around, get smoked. If you mess with me, you mess with God. I mean the end, I'm broke. G-Yeah, and y'all, man, I only made in her image, some of the days for that ride. Clap for original, man. My God's black, aboriginal, man. Bounce, you say bounce, you say bounce, you say bounce, down, ground, and cannot hurt me. That shit is within, so sit back and relax, my homie. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Recognize, don't be reckless. Medusa. I maneuver, leave you headless. And I be laying hexes and shit you wasn't expecting. Slip into the thoughts. Know your exes. A nigga mind done lot. Top, thinking tripping. What's the time zone? I system go. Ship ascending. We just mobbing mangle phones. Angels calls for the picture. We divine by design. Read the line in the scripture. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Better protect yourself. like, I really do this shit. You know what I'm saying? I really gotta live this, breathe this, be this. Bring it up to my days up. Blessings, yeah. I'm in the past. I'm in my God body, do the math, and I take a bath in the water. No, I am the daughter of the river of the moon, blessed by ocean, and bittersweet is coming soon. You can cop that shit on iTunes or P-Vice at noon. I'm focused. Everything will manifest because I wrote it. I'm hella sweet because I spoke it. Notice I am the sugar honey icy. You fake niggas is fructose, you icy. I'ma be a high priest. You can be a high piece. Fighting yourself if you want to. I'ma keep it humble. He called me his bumble. Stay busting up my feet, calling me his queen bee. I'm like, chill, Lord, homie. I'm just trying to preach this the gospel. He like, boo, I got you. I know you a queen. I'm just trying to tune my chakras. Like, blessings. I be in the crib with my feet up. You be moving slow, need to speed. I got holy powers like in Jesus. Born out of sleep, I be the sleep. Since the infant, man, I knew I was the shit. Great grandma died of Alzheimer's, but she knew the kid. Only 2 years old, standing by her at the bed. First time meeting, but she reached out for my head. On my birthday, I died. I came back from the dead. 4-pound baby, had the tools inside my head. Told them now I'm here to stay. Ain't no word I'm here to save. Many roads I have to pay. And my gift is that I'm brave. Don't you ever disrespect my God body. Whatever beef you got for you and God, it ain't bothering me. You a copy and I'm the OG. Stay low key, but blessing on me. We moving slow, need to see. I got holy power like a seed. Born out of sleep, I sleep. I be in the crib. We moving slow, need to see. I got holy power like a seed. Born out of sleep, what's your bittersweet, bittersweet. They ain't ready for the sweetness.
Okay, I got for the first time capsule, I got Chaco Canyon, I got New Mexico, I got the Four Corners, I got Moab being in there in the Four Corners as well. For some reason, they got a town called Moab there in the middle of Four Corners too, so I put that down. I got genetic time, I got genetic theme because this capsule has a genetic theme to it. I got Anasazi Indian. I have Navajo, Hopi, and was there another tribe of Indians, Asha, tied to the Anasazi? Navajo, Hopi, and something else. But I do have Mayans as well. I got the Dogons. I got Mason skills. I got it's astrologically aligned. I got giants being there because it said there was giants killed ritualistically. I got angels, Elohim, and shining one. I should say Dogon petroglyphs, language, and Dogon's petroglyphs, language, and something else. Dogon petroglyphs, language. I'll come back to it. Something else. Mayans, Mason skills, astrologically aligned, giants killed ritualistically, angels, Elohim, shining ones, and I'll type in high technology. Moving right along. The second time capsule, I should put the date for the first time capsule too. I should put like 1960 to 2000s, because they were able to unlock the language, and they had the disc since 94, but they weren't able to unlock the disc until 2000. So I'll put that down. And then they weren't even able to translate it after unlocking it for another 20 years, but add 20 years for time it took for language to interpret, to translate. Yeah, and let's type in Sumerian language too, because they said it was a Sumerian language on the disc. A Sumerian language was on the disc. So we'll type that down. So let's do it on genetics. Let's do it. That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. Since it's genetics. 23 chambers and a hidden 24th. 23 chambers, hidden 24th. Or, yeah, 24th, 23 chambers, 23rd leads to 24th chamber. And what else should I write down? So I can move from Chaco Canyon to Romania.
What you know about this life that I'm motherfucking living? Spirit stay high so I get it. Start my day up with a prayer and some lemon. Pour it in a cup cause it's water that I'm sipping. Then I wake up and check my agenda. Back to the grind cause Monday you'll remember the day I got off to my own destination. 2 years, but I like when we vacation. And every black kid that can rap on a track got a verse. But it's gonna they gon' stacking and putting mamas first. But I'm thinking much greater, finna teach mama to fly. Take it to a place where her soul will align with the divine, ancestral line. That's hers and mine, all in due time. Keep getting climb, we on the rise, touching the sky. I plant my seeds and water them so they grow. I shine my light so I can reap what I sow. So when you see me stacking paper and dough, you'll recognize that this here guy's not for show. The life that I'm living is the motherfucking right that I'm living. See, I'm in tune with the rags and the riches. Cause I've been here since before the beginning. Swimming in water that only exists on levels higher than we can this. I floated the buckets from heating the brick. I floated in lotus and healing the sick. Total my mind above abyss and eternal blissfulness. So I'm forever feeling the kisses of my ancestral spirit. This is why I don't feel no stress. No, I just take my time. I'm just so here. I plant my seeds and watch it so they grow. I shine my light so I can reap what I sow. So when you see me stocking paper and dough, you'll recognize that this your cries out for sure. Bring it back. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back to that ball. Why I do the thing, who I do it for.
coloring on the floor, expressing who they really truly are at the core. And now we at war with ourselves and the pressure. Who's in touch with our ancestors, thinking that our body only lives in the dresser. Every version of how we feel must be censored. I was that girl one time in my life, but now I got it back and I made that shit right. Overstand that my hands were created to heal. So watch as I whip and I shit every meal. The deals coming at major velocity. I got protection on me, should be watching me. I can't be touched by the hate or hypocrisy. Come up and coming with heat and ferocity. I plant my seeds in water, then so they grow. I shine my light so I can reap what I sow. So when you see me stacking paper and bill, you'll recognize that this year was not for show. No suspicion sleep, I know what to be through. I need a man to hold my hand, make me smile. I've been on my independent shit for a while. It's been so long. Maybe I need you, maybe I need run, maybe I'm feeling this body. Maybe something really good is coming. Maybe I just need to be more thankful, give my offering. And see what my life offers me. Maybe I need one more night, a little more shade, another head rock. Or maybe just a day to sleep, meditate, and watch from the Netflix. Or maybe I just need to find my own necklace. I'm reckless, I know it doesn't matter. I'm out to the paradox, I need to change my pattern. Or maybe go to Saturn, follow me ladder. I can't even find this shit in my journal. Like, no. Where did she go? Stuck here. I'm stuck here. Oh, oh, oh. I'm stuck here, feeling insecure, waking and mature. Eyes are turning green, jealousy is unseen. That was us closing, so I had to force a move. Keep my spirit flowing, knowing the competition I'm fearing not exist, and the opposition I'm feeling when I persist. Once I understand that the power won't diminish mine, and I can hit a harmony, thoughts into my mind. So clear my head, I'm distracted, holding on to faith. Once I find my center, I'll begin to flourish once again. Maybe I just need just one more lock and a little more shade. Or maybe I just need just one more lock and a little more shade. Or maybe I just need just one more lock and a little more shade. One more lock and a little more shade. One more lock and a little more shade. Check the horoscopes, check the rockets go. Trying to figure out just the rockets go. It says give it time, it'll be alright. Just looking bright, yeah, I might be tired. But today I woke up crying. Hey, my energy is dying. So maybe I just need one more love, a little more shade. Or maybe I need one more love, a little more shade. Maybe I need one more love, a little more shade. One more love, a little more shade. One more shade. One more check. Okay, let's see what we got here. The second time capsule was in the Spusegi Mountains in Romania, and that one was found in 2003. A Pentagon satellite used for geodetic espionage detected a great hemispherical hall within the mountains. The empty space inside this mountain had no correlation with the outside and looked like it was carved from the inside by intelligent beings. It was definitely not a cave. Y'all hear me? I just started talking and shit. The hell, we on
Yeah, I
Clubhouse?
heard you.
Okay, I'm
I
still
heard
reading.
you. That's
It says
crazy.
this, you know, they don't tell us shit, do they?
Nah, they too busy
Damn, the whole earth could
regulating.
be about to, the whole earth could be about to be blowed up. They wouldn't tell us nothing. Oh wait, I need to finish that Don't Look Up movie. Ain't that the point of that movie
Yeah.
or something?
It's the point of it is that it is everybody in the movie pretty much didn't take it serious. It's like
Mm,
all the catastrophes that was pretty much the world's about to end, and shit they was too busy partying and shit worrying about uh other stuff. Everything around them was more important than their own than the fact that all of them was about to die. They were just too wrapped up in the matrix to even realize, their ass was about to die. They was too busy having fun.
mm,
It kind of reminds you of the Bible, like the days of Noah, when they say the days of Noah, how everybody gonna just pretty much be la 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 la, just going on about their day to day business. And that's
mhm.
technically what we doing. We just wrapped up. We wrapped up what those wingmaker glossaries say. We were immobilized.
Right. Damn, homie. Well, hey, life goes on, literally.
Yeah, but shoot, I
We'll
guess they
literally
were
be
like,
back.
shit, we gonna die. We mad, well, even more reason why we gotta have fun. We're gonna be dead. That's how people look at it too. Think about
Hmm.
it.
Nothing I can do, so I might as well just,
It sure is, because they say it all the time. You only live once.
YOLO.
Yeah.
YOLO.
And
It
then
says that the satellites.
most people figure shit, nigga, I done did so much shit in my life that I'm probably gonna go to hell anyway. So I mean, just have fun, along the way.
Hmm.
Because that concept of hell has really immobilized us as a whole. And that's on a wide scale. I'm talking about all across the world.
Hmm. Hmm. It goes on to say the satellite scan of the mountain revealed two major energy blocks. These barriers are made of artificial energy. The first one is like an energetic wall, blocking access to a tunnel, while the second one is shaped like a dome and located at the opposite end of the tunnel, near the center of the mountain. The investigative team were able to penetrate the mountain and reach the first gallery, which looks like a subway tunnel. Its walls are perfectly polished. At the end of the tunnel, there is a massive stone gate, which is protected by an invisible energetic barrier. Three members of the first special intervention team approached the energetic barrier. One person reached out to touch it and immediately died of cardiac arrest. That energy, it was a lot of energy. Zapped his heart dead, clean dead, dead. One person reached out to touch that barrier and immediately died of cardiac arrest. During another visit, one of the team members, because you know why I said that? I was watching Under the Dome. I was watching that
There's
Under the
definitely
Dome
the energy.
series. But I had the book. I read it long ago. I got the book in my closet. I've been read Under the Dome by Stephen King. But I finally watched the show on TV, the series Under the Dome, and the dome was electrically, see, it was electrically powered because the chief of police, he walked up to the wall. He had a heart pacer in his heart. So he walked to the wall and touched it and zapped him dead, cardiac arrest, or it short circuited the the heart thing he had. I literally just said it. How come I can't
The
forget what that
pacemaker,
was? Right there. I did
that
say
part.
I did say I was smoking. My bad.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, it zapped out that pacemaker. So on the show. So yeah, it says that this thing had an energy. It said it had two major energy blocks in the mountain. That's what the satellite scan revealed. It revealed two major energy blocks in the mountain. One of those was made of I'm sorry, both of them were made of artificial energy. The first one was like an energetic wall, blocking access to a tunnel. And the second one was like a dome that was located at the opposite end of the tunnel near the center of the mountain. So just picture the tunnel entrance. I don't know. I can't picture it, matter of fact, because they said it was carved from the inside. So I was gonna say, imagine a tunnel leading from the outside into the center, and there is an energetic and artificial energy wall blocking access to the tunnel, and at the other end of the tunnel, it's towards the center of the mountain, and they're saying that's where another major energy block was in the shape of a dome. And they're saying that the guy, one of the people on the intervention team, touched out to touch that wall that blocks entrance into the tunnel and immediately died of cardiac arrest. I'm like, yeah, because it's that electricity, that energy in it. Zapped him, zapped his heart.
It probably
It
was
says
saying
during
you ain't supposed to be in here, so I'm just gonna go and kill your ass. 'Cause you ain't supposed to be in here mess with this shit.
hmm, facts. It says during another visit, one of the team members who approached the barrier in a respectful and trusting manner was suddenly able to walk right through it unharmed. He felt a compatibility between the energy barrier and himself, a mutual sympathy. Oh, he was vibing on the right
On the
vibration.
vibration of the
That's a
other,
trip.
yeah, that other one's like, get your ass away from me.
Yo,
Get away from me. So
that
negative
gives
self.
a whole new meaning to not allowing negative energies in your house. Imagine being able to put a barrier, invisible barrier between the outside of your, in your door threshold, to where anybody with low vibrations they literally can't come in.
They
But see,
can't
there it
come
is.
in.
But see, that's why it's in Transylvania. And see, they say you
Hmm.
have to let a vampire in.
Yes, you do.
You see?
Yeah,
Yeah, you see the myths wrapped up
yeah,
behind this shit.
yeah. And that's all they were trying to teach at the end of the day. Hmm. That
You have
don't
to
let nobody pierce your wall, your aura field.
facts. And they had technology to where they didn't have to do even listen, you literally just can't come in my house, nigga. If you ain't vibing high, nigga, enter at your own risk.
Ooh, I would love to have that.
Yes. That's a trip. It said he felt a compatibility between the energy barrier and himself, a mutual sympathy. With the energy
Got one with the hand up. Chanel,
My
you want
bad.
to speak?
hey,
I'm sorry. I was just trying to. I was trying to just get up there.
Oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, cool. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
yes, hold on a second. But we took a vote, Chanel, that we're going to go ahead and take on the case of the Wingmakers.
I'm sorry. You said you guys took a vote and you're going to what now? Hello.
Yeah, my bad.
Repeat what you said, Sister Fee.
We took a vote and we decided that the Meddling Kids are going to take on the case of the Wingmakers.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm here for it.
So Right now, I'm typing up. Well, I just got finished typing up some notes because we want to take notes. We want to. We're dealing first because we're moving. We're moving on to the second site. So, because remember, there's 7 sites with time capsules. So the first one is Chaco Canyon. So I'm writing up notes showing, getting the facts, the receipts on Chaco Canyon, and the keywords that are linked to that site. You know what I mean? So I got on my list Chaco Canyon. What do I got? It was found in 1960. I got the dates for when it was found and all that. I wrote Sumerian language because on the CD that was found on the site, it took them a long time to be able to even access the CD. But even when they accessed it, they couldn't. It took them a long time to translate it. And the guy, Dr. Narudu, who translated it, was saying it's written in Sumerian, a Sumerian-like language, which is
Yes, and we
interesting.
know, yeah, which actually let me pick back on that, but with Sumerian, that's also tied into the Akkadian culture as well, to the Akkadian people.
So we're talking Middle East type stuff.
Yeah, and all the way back to it's Acadia, Sumeria, and I believe Lemuria as well is all tied to Sumeria.
Yeah, I could agree. And so we wrote on our list. We're just keeping our receipts together, staying organized. Sumerian language. We got 4 corners, right? That's wild. We got Moab in the 4 corners, so that was wild too. So we got all that down. I wrote down 23 chambers, and the 23rd leads to the 24th chamber, and that's important.
Also,
Genetic.
that the 23rd chamber is also a representation of the 23rd chromosome, which is the gene chromosome. So that's
The
what
sex.
determines the gender, a sex
Yeah,
chromosome. So that
right.
determines your gender as well. So that's significant.
And it insinuates giving birth, right? Sex leads to having babies.
Yes, baby.
So, and
Life.
like we said, they said that each time capsule has a theme to it, and this time capsule's theme is genetics. So it's interesting that they do have 23 chambers, and the 23rd leads to the 24th, and there are 23. The 23rd sex chromosome, the 23rd chromosome has everything to do with sex. So if you just think of it that way, then it's like, well, 24th, the 24th chamber coming from out of the 23rd kind of seems like the 24th chamber is the baby, is it something
Yeah,
new
but
being
it might
born
be a new chromosome. I'm thinking it's gonna be a new chromosome that
that's
they
been
go. That they,
dormant,
yes.
but it's going to be activated. So that's
Yeah.
might be something that they're saying by in doing it like that. You know what I
Either
mean?
it's going to be activated or it's a chromosome that they're going to add that's going to help enhance the gender, maybe to where you can actually stop the change because men are the mutated female. So maybe they're going to help, they're going to tweak the gene or that chromosome in some kind of way, possibly. Mm.
And all this is speculation too, because we still haven't
Yep.
even gotten into the
Still
stuff,
haven't
into
checked
the
it out, but
contents.
yeah,
So it's amazing
yeah.
all the stuff that we already got, and
You
it's like
you
so much
said
more that's coming
there was
with
gonna
this,
be a new DNA. Remember,
Yeah.
ma'am.
we read that there was gonna be a new DNA too.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let me write. Yeah. So we have genetic theme. I wrote down Anasazi Indians because that's okay, and I wrote down Dogons, the Dogons, petroglyphs. The Dogon language is there, right? And it's something else, but I forgot what it is. But it's something else I want to add to that. I wrote down Navajo, Hopi, and Mayan Indians because they're connected to this. Now, when we think about that, let's think about the Mayan and their 2012 prophecy, right? And we think of the Hopi, and they have some kind of prophecy too. The Hopi Indians. I can't remember what it is, but it's something. And all this ties to this time capsule, to all this. The Navajo, the Hopi, and the Mayan Indians. Let me Google real quick, y'all. Hopi Indian prophecy or something. It's something that the Hopi Indians.
I also do keep in mind too that the Indians also have a two head, so that is another thing to consider with that chromosome situation as well.
Or two spirits.
A two spirit. We call them two heads, but they're two spirits. They also deal with the two spirits.
Yeah, Hopi. When I type in Hopi Indians prophecy, I'm getting a whole bunch of links saying Hopi prophecy and the end of the fourth world. The Hopi prophecies are coming true. The prophecies of the Hopi Indians until 2035. The Hopi Indians Blue Star Kachina prophecy. So yes, and they're directly tied to the Anasazi. In fact, the Hopi Indians say that the Anasazis are their relatives. Now, of course, when we look at Hopi Indians, we see the Mongoloid type Indian with black straight hair, but the black part of them is what they're saying is related to the. When they say they're related to the Anasazi Indians, we talking about that black side of them that's
Yeah,
related to the Anasazi
the
Indians. You know what
carbonated
I'm talking about?
side.
You know what I'm saying? The melanated, the carbonated side, right? So they're tied in and they got, their ancestors passed down prophecies that they got from word of mouth and oral history. The Hopi Indians have some prophecies. Well, we know where they got them from, if anything, from the Anasazis because they're related. But we'll just, you see where my mind went with that?
Yep.
So I
Oh
might be
yes.
wrong.
Nope, nope,
Mm-hmm.
nope. It's definitely some ties there, and like I said, Anasazi is has a significant sound of almost like Anunnaki, and we know that the Anunnaki were in Sumeria as well.
Yeah. And even Ashkenazi sounds
Yes,
similar.
sounds like Anunnaki in a sense. So yeah.
Anasazi, Akanaki, Anunnaki, Ashkenazi. Like what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wrote down Mason skills. I wrote down astrologically aligned. I wrote down giants killed ritualistically. I wrote down angels, Elohim, and shining ones. And I wrote down high technology. And we're just keeping our stuff straight. I'm gonna add links to that too because we just wanted to write down different keywords that tie into this topic, and in particular into the first time capsule. And so I'm going to add the links to articles and videos that we have supporting each of those connections. Right? I say Four Corners has everything to do with the Wingmakers. Prove it. Well, listen, the Four Corners, there's another Four Corners, right? It's right
Yes,
here.
it
Woo
is.
woo. So we're gonna add the links and to articles and videos to support the ties that we're saying are there. And now I'm moving on to the second time capsule. So guess where the second time capsule is, boo?
Oh, I want to add to their as far as their beliefs. I forgot to tell you guys. I remember earlier, it was a part that I couldn't really get. That was what I wanted to throw in. Also, that documentary that I had looked at on Amazon Prime. I don't know why I keep saying America. Amazon Prime. They also made it clear that these people at this Chaco Canyon, they said that they had power over people and were very spiritual. So that in itself, they had power over people. So that means they did not play, in other words. Yeah.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
yeah. They could control the mind, in other words. If you didn't do what you were supposed to, it was like, yeah, I help you get there. So they didn't play and seemed like they were just strictly about their business to me.
Mm. A picture is definitely being painted here. A picture is definitely being painted. I mean, it's like this thing keeps growing. Where does it stop? Where does it end?
Yes.
This mystery is just, you know. Okay, so Chanel, we have a new link that we put up there at the top because we're on a search for the other capsules. First of all, we want to know where all the capsules are at so we can investigate each of the archaeological sites. And then we want to know what was in each time capsule. So we're just collecting the locations first. Right now we're on the second time capsule and we pulled up this article. And if you scroll down on this article, you'll see Romania, right? Because it started out, I think, with the first one. I don't know. But it says Romania, another time capsule is there. In the summer of 2003, in an unexplored area of the Busegi Mountains in Romania, an archaeology team from the top secret section of the Romanian Intelligence Service. You know what I'm thinking about right now? Oh no, I'm tripping. Let me stop. Every time I say this word Romanian, I'm thinking about Armenian, and I'm thinking about them goddamn Kardashians. I'm sorry. My mind is like Romanian, Armenian. Why am I sitting here thinking about the Kardashians? I don't know.
Because it sounds very familiar.
Right. Yeah. But okay, so it says the Romanian Intelligence Service made a discovery there that could change life as we know it on Earth. The Romanian government was about to reveal this site to the world, but they were stopped by the American government. So we're like, okay, Busegi Mountains. Now we got at least, because they won't tell us the name of the site, or the dig, the archaeology dig. So we're like, okay, but now we got a beat on it. It's in the Busegi Mountains. So we were like, let me type in Busegi Mountains and monoliths or Busegi Mountains and something. But we just kept actually came back to this article and just kept reading down. And it says, no, that's not what happened. But anyway, we're reading here now because, wait a minute, the title of the article itself was mind blowing, right? The title of the article is Synchronicity, Giza Plateau, Busegi Mountains of Romania. And it says the raw something. I don't know why it's not pulling up here when I'm looking at the article. It's not giving me the title of the article. But we're seeing that all this stuff is connected once again. So when we keep reading down, no, because we read something else earlier that says something about how they went. Come on, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Hold on a second. Under the tunnel, some kind of holographic something, and something to do with the Sphinx or the Giza in Egypt.
Yeah, they did have some holographs out there at the Chaco Canyon. That's what I was saying. Those walls that they put up was like a holograph.
Wow. That's high technology.
Definitely, definitely high technology. And like I said, once y'all go on there and you watch that the documentary on Amazon Prime, you're gonna be like, yeah, it was they were way too advanced. Because once you see it for yourself, you actually can see it up close. You're gonna be like, man, as hot as it would have been out there in the heat, because it was open at the top, so there was nothing to shade it. There was no shade. So just imagine walking around out there. It's hot. You only want to go sit outside. You just want to go sit in the house, which is probably why those uh those rooms that they built on the inside, which is probably why they were closed off. So imagine staying in like a miniature storage.
Hmm.
So it's yeah, and and it's separate rooms right next to you. You know what I'm saying? And you can't see the outside, and can't nobody see inside to see what you're doing either. So that's basically how those rooms were in there, and it was hundreds of rooms
Hmm. Okay,
that they
my bad. I
built.
already have this. I already have the link posted up. Okay, I was reading something else, but the link is already posted up. The Synchronicity, Giza Plateau, Buseci Mountains of Romania, the Ra Confederacy, and Thoth, the Atlantean. So all this stuff tied up in one. And then it was like, wait a minute, Romania, Transylvania is in Romania. And you have your stories of vampires from there. So we scrolled down on
Yes,
this
you do.
article. We scrolled down on the article that's linked up there at the top. I was scrolling down, so we're getting to the part I just wanted to see. It's a long article, which I'll probably more than likely come back to, but I just wanted to see the part where it speaks about the Busteji Mountains because I'm staying focused. We just want to deal with the archaeology site because we want to figure what's going on there. So I scrolled down this article to the paragraph where it's like the paragraph starts out with the first two books in the series Transylvania Sunrise and Transylvania Moonrise are two very important must read books that describe the events leading up to the joint American/Romanian expedition down the first tunnel leading to the Giza Plateau and the holographic chamber of records. The first book, Mystery of Egypt, The First Tunnel, describes the joint Romanian American mission to travel through projected energy tunnel from the holographic chamber under the Busegi Mountains to a similar chamber under the Giza Plateau and the discoveries made there. This mission was able to retrieve hundreds of holographic projection discs, which presumably contain a plethora of ancient information and technical data. What I want to make clear in this section of this article, Synchronicity, Giza Plateau, Busegi Mountains of Romania, the Ra Confederacy, and Thoth and the Emerald Tablets, is that the so-called Hall of Records has been found, but just not publicly announced. Since these books are written in a fictional format and are not very popular of idea, is that the idea is that no one will take them seriously, and so the secret will remain buried. And they went on to say 14th colony. An interesting side note that isn't well known due to the censorship through the United States mainstream educational system is that Transylvania was actually a 14th colony proposed in the 1770s in the early colonized America in the region of what is now Kentucky and Tennessee. So what's being said here? Well, we're dealing with
And
the
that's
wing.
actually kind of deep because it's pyramids over in Tennessee as well, in
Well,
Memphis.
when you start talking about that movie, The Spell, that we was talking about
Yeah.
with the golems,
Mm-hmm. The
and when you
voodoo.
start talking about a lot of movies and a lot of sorcery, if you will, or witchcraft, the Appalachian Mountains, what do they call Appalachian Mountains?
Yes.
Yes, even that movie, The Descent, and The Descent
Oh
2, with
yeah.
the monsters under, that's in the Appalachian Mountains. Peak
Mm-hmm.
gang. It's a gang of movies about the Appalachian Mountains, and almost every single one of them is about magic or monsters/demons
Monsters. Yep.
or
Monster slash
witchcraft.
That's
demon.
true. That's true. I remember that.
Yeah, yeah. So we're tying in the wing makers and their time capsules to this location because one of their capsules is here in Romania in the Buseshi Mountains, come to find out. And that too has links to what are we talking about? High technology,
Yep.
monolithic structures. So it's probably it has the same masonry in there,
Yep.
monolithic
Very
structures,
tall people.
giants.
Yep. Very
Yes.
tall people.
Um, let's see, because we haven't even finished studying it. So there was that article, but then I was saying, hey, actually, we can learn more from what the lady is saying in that one article. The website is Joan. Let me put that back up real quick. The article is the website is joanocean.com, and she's talking about the time capsules. So I'm like, at the very least, we can start to zoom in on where these time capsules are at because we can't find nothing on the internet about the other time capsules. So, but in here, we're getting a bead on where they're at. So we're clicking on this link, joanocean.com, a time capsule from the future. And if you scroll down, it says Romania, another time capsule there. And so now we're understanding why we can't really find it on Google. And that's because they won't publish, they don't want to talk about it. They're covering it up, obviously. We know that. So they don't even, I guess there's not even a name for the archaeological dig out there. But but it was easy to find because it's the Useji Mountains. Hey, you guys, let's get off the show. Let's start a new room. Because remember
All
the
right.
5 hour thing? I'm going to start a
Okay.
new room. Yeah, let's start a new one real quick and then you guys can come over. Um, I'll start it. I need to start getting going now. Thank you, Chanel.
All right.
We
Yeah.
did get
Appreciate
started
you, girl.
around, we got
You're
started
welcome.
around
A little after 12.
like 12:15,
Yeah.
12:20.
Yeah. I've been so busy. That's why I'm so late. But damn, she got out real quick. Okay. Let me just leave.
Yeah, so y'all could just get out of this one, and then we're gonna go to an invite to another one.
Dooby dooby doo, where are